weapons. So, I don't know if anybody knows what the tariff money is supposed to be used on, or what it can be used on, or what it might be being used on. So, to explain, this is Venezuela right now. It is 1:02 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. This happened 1 hour ago. It is January 3rd, 2026, and the president is attacking a country without congressional approval. His administration is attacking Venezuela. I will count him into that. I will include him in that because this is his administration. This is what the tariff money goes to, is armaments. Weapons. And this is what is happening right now. So in case anybody didn't know already what the tariff money is, what it's allocated for, it appears to me that the president just struck Venezuela illegally.
CBS report.
My name is Waffles, and I'm a government whistleblower turned political commentator, and here are the top international news highlights. Today is January 2nd, 2026. It is 5:01 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Russia-Ukraine fatal strikes in Kherson. Russian authorities reported that Ukrainian drones strike on a cafe in the occupied village of Oleski, Kherson region, killed 27 people. Kiev formally denied the accusation, maintaining its policy of not targeting civilian infrastructure. Gaza winter survival crisis. A severe winter storm has brought flash flooding and freezing temperatures to the Gaza Strip. Relief agencies reported that at least one child drowned when floodwaters engulfed a tent camp, while another child died from exposure. The crisis is compounded by an Israeli ban on 37 humanitarian organizations, which the UN has called a catastrophic precedent. Israel-Lebanon border, false alarm. Israel launched an interceptor missile. They're trying to engage in expansionism. Israel launched an interceptor missile near the Lebanese border today following reports of a suspected aerial target. The Israeli military later confirmed it was a false target, but the event briefly triggered high alert across northern communities. Handshake in Dhaka. High-level representatives from India and Pakistan met in Dhaka, Bangladesh for an inaugural 2026 summit. Diplomats are watching closely to see if the two nuclear-armed neighbors can revive formal ties after years of stalemate. FTSE 100 hits 10,000 milestone. On the first full day of trading in 2026, London's FTSE index crossed the historic 10,000 mark for the first time. Global markets generally opened in the green, with the South Korean Kospi also reaching a record high. OPEC Plus maintains supply cuts ahead of a high-stakes meeting in January 4th. Key OPEC Plus members, including Saudi Arabia and Russia, indicated they will likely maintain current production cuts. Oil prices have stabilized at roughly $61 for Brent, and $57 for WTI as the year begins. Indonesia's food sovereignty pivot. Effective today, Indonesia has officially banned all imports of rice, sugar, and corn for 2026, citing a strategic pivot towards national food self-sufficiency following a bumper domestic harvest in 2025. Swiss bar fire death toll rises. The death toll from the New Year's Eve fire at the Le Constellation bar in Crans, Montana, Switzerland has risen to at least 47 people. Investigators are focusing on potential fire safety violations at the luxury resort, and identifying victims from multiple European nations remains a painful task. Venezuela tanker standoff in a significant escalation of maritime tensions. Russia has formally requested that the U.S. cease its pursuit of the oil tanker Bella 1. The vessel is caught in the middle of a tightening U.S. sanctions regime, targeting Venezuelan oil exports and the companies in Hong Kong and China that facilitate them. Bangkok's orange zone air crisis. On the first day of the year, air quality in Bangkok, Thailand, slipped into the dangerous orange zone. The Air Quality Information Center warned residents of health impacts as PM 2.5 levels rose to nearly double the standard safety limit. Afghanistan flooding. Heavy rains have triggered flash floods in several Afghanistan provinces, with initial reports indicating at least 17 fatalities. The floods have destroyed critical agricultural land in a region already struggling with food insecurity. Global Behavior Watch. Kim Jong-un's heir apparent. In North Korea, the young the young daughter of Kim Jong-un made a rare high-profile visit to the tomb of the country's founder. To mark the new year, analysts view this as a continued effort to solidify her status as the heir apparent to the regime. Protests crack down in Bulgaria. Despite officially joining the euro today, Bulgaria faces a winter of discontent as security forces remain deployed in Sofia to manage protests over tax and social security hikes tied to the currency transition. Death toll rises to 155 in Swiss Alpine bar disaster. I'm pretty sure, we just covered that. China weighs military deployment in Pakistan. Geopolitical tensions in South Asia have spiked following reports that China is considering deploying military personnel to Balochistan, Pakistan. Mir Yar Baloch has formally flagged this as a serious threat to regional stability in a letter to Indian officials, citing the need to protect China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, assets from local insurgents. And this move would represent a significant expansion of China's boots-on-the-ground footprint outside of its borders. UAE reshapes civil law and regional diplomacy. The United Arab Emirates has enacted a landmark civil law reform for 2026, officially lowering the legal age of majority to 18. Simultaneously, the UAE has sent shockwaves through the Muslim world by silently recognizing Somaliland, accepting its passports while simultaneously blocking certain visas for other nations in the region. This pivot signals a more independent and assertive Emirati foreign policy. Donald Trump is colluding with Netanyahu, and the two of them are also colluding with the United Arab Emirates in intimidating other countries and challenging their sovereignty. Turkmenistan legalizes cryptocurrency ecosystem in a major economic shift for the Central Asian nation. President Serdar, this is a very long last name. Berdimuhamedov President Sardar Berdimuhamedov has signed legislation legalizing cryptocurrency mining and exchanges. The new law establishes a licensing scheme overseen by the Turkmenistan Central Bank. This move is intended to modernize the country's economy and attract foreign tech investment, though it faces scrutiny over potential use for sanctions evasion. U.S.-Russia standoff over Putin drone data. The Kremlin claims to have decoded data from drones that allegedly targeted President Putin's residence, asserting the findings to prove a direct Ukrainian plot, while the CIA has reportedly cleared Zelensky of involvement. Russia has stated it will share the technical findings with the U.S. as a test of transparency. This diplomatic friction comes as the U.S. administration simultaneously warns China that military drills around Taiwan are creating unnecessary tensions. We don't live over there. Swiss ski resort bar fire. We already went over that. Pretty sure we went over that already. Iran protests continue. Killings reported. Trump threatens intervention. Widespread economic-driven protests in Iran have turned deadly in several provinces amid broader unrest over inflation and living costs, with authorities using force and causing multiple deaths and injuries. President Trump publicly warned that the U.S. would invade Iran if security forces violently suppress peaceful demonstrators. You know, he should, if he's so pro-protest, he should quit bitching about what happens here at home and leave us the fuck alone. Escalating diplomatic tension and raising regional instability concerns. Israel intercepts alleged false target near Lebanon border. The Israeli military reported intercepting what it called a false target. I think this is a false flag by Israel. After sirens sounded in the northern town of Bahram near the Lebanon border, underscoring ongoing tensions along that front, even as wider Middle East de-escalation efforts and clashes continue. Venezuela's Maduro extends olive branch to the United States in a notable diplomatic shift. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro extended a symbolic olive branch towards the United States, proposing serious talks on combating drug trafficking and inviting U.S. investment in Venezuela's oil sector. Maduro framed the gesture as a path to improved bilateral relations, although deep mistrust remains on both sides. China to host a South Korean president amid East Asia tensions. Chinese President Xi Jinping will host South Korean President Lee Jae-myung in Beijing this weekend, a rapid follow-up to meeting just months earlier, signaling Beijing's intent to strengthen ties with Seoul, despite ongoing tensions with Japan over regional security issues, including Taiwan. European stocks begin 2026 at record highs. Precious metals rally continues. European stock markets kicked off the new year with strong gains. The FTSE 100 hit the symbolic 10,000 level, and pan-European stock, it's STOXX 600, reached fresh economic highs, reflecting optimism despite economic headwinds. Precious metals such as gold and silver extended their rally, indicating investor appetite for safe haven assets. These movements reflect global risk sentiment that can influence U.S. exports and capital flows, particularly for financial markets and commodity prices. Global equity funds attract strong inflows at year-end. Global equity mutual funds posted notable net inflows in the final week of 2025, with investors pouring more than $26 billion into equity funds worldwide, including strong purchases of U.S. equity funds as confidence in AI-led growth and corporate earnings remains high. Major capital flows into equities reflect broader investor optimism that can bolster bolster global liquidity and support for U.S. markets and financial conditions. Bulgaria joins the Eurozone, adopting the euro. Bulgaria formally entered the euro area, adopting the euro as its currency, a significant economic integration milestone in Europe. Although not a 24-hour headline in itself, this formal adoption took place at the start of 2026, and it represents ongoing shifts in European financial integration. Euro adoption can affect trade, investment, and currency dynamics within the EU and beyond, shaping export pricing and regional economic policies. Russia and Ukraine trade allegations of civilian attacks on New Year's Day. Russia and Ukraine exchanged new allegations of civilian strikes on New Year's Day, with each side blaming the other for attacks on infrastructure and residential areas in disputed territory. These counterclaims reflect ongoing conflict dynamics despite diplomatic efforts. Continued hostilities in Eastern Europe maintain geopolitical risk premiums that can influence global energy prices, refugee movements, and Western defense policy coordination. Eurozone manufacturing slips into contraction year-end. Final data show that manufacturing activity in the Eurozone contracted further at the end of 2025. Even as Asia's factories showed resilience, this uneven global industrial performance underlines trade demand uncertainties for intermediate goods and export markets. Weak euro area manufacturing can dampen import demand for U.S. machinery and other capital-intensive goods, affecting trade flows. This concludes today's international news report. I'm going to go now. Bye.
So the Olympics is great, and Johnny, for the others, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, it's too bad. One was in 2026, and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup, and everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment to my videos. And also, don't forget to check out my shop where you could get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America, fuck yeah! And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, because MAGA's fucking cockroaches. And fuck MAGA. Abolish MAGA. Fuck you, MAGA. My name is Waffles, and I'm a government whistleblower turned political commentator, and here are the top economic news highlights for the past 24 hours. Today is January 2nd, 2026. It is 3:23 a.m. Yesterday, the S&P 500 closed down 0.74%. That's a significant drop. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.76%. And the Dow Jones down 0.5 to 0.6%. And the NYSE Composite down 0.65%. Trump delays furniture and cabinet tariff hikes. Yeah, he should get rid of them altogether. He needs to stop introducing tariffs. President Trump signed a proclamation postponing planned tariff increases on upholstered furniture, kitchen cabinets, and vanities for another year, keeping current tariffs in place but delaying steeper levels that were to take effect January 1st. This decision reflects ongoing uncertainty and tactical shifts in U.S. trade policy as negotiations with trading partners continue. U.S. cuts proposed pasta duties after review. The United States sharply reduced proposed anti-dumping duties on Italian pasta producers following a preliminary review, dramatically lowering rates for several brands, a notable adjustment in U.S. trade enforcement that could ease input costs and consumer prices in a niche import category. U.S. dollar starts 2026 weak after record annual drop. The United States dollar began 2026 on a softer footing after suffering its steepest annual decline in nearly 8 years. Down about 9.4% on the dollar index last year, influenced by concerns over fiscal deficits, global trade tensions, and Federal Reserve policy uncertainties. A weaker dollar can make U.S. exports relatively cheaper internationally, but also raise import costs for businesses and consumers. Markets enter 2026 with FOMO, F-O-M-O, but structural risks. Global and U.S. financial markets are showing optimism at the start of 2026. That's another one of those words that I question if that's accurate. With strong late 2025 momentum carrying over, though analysts highlight risks like an upcoming Supreme Court tariff decision and a pending new Federal Reserve chair nomination that could affect economic and trade conditions. I'm very worried about them changing who's in charge of the Federal Reserve. Jobless claims decline. Weekly U.S. jobless claims fell recently to 199,000, surprising markets and signaling some labor market resilience, but hiring remains subdued overall as employers trade cautiously amid trade and policy uncertainty. While this data doesn't directly measure trade, labor conditions feed into consumer demand patterns and the overall economic backdrop that underpins trade flows. German exporters brace for extended slump in key markets. The German Trade Association, BGA, forecasts continued weak export demand to both the U.S. and China in 2026, attributing slower sales to U.S. tariffs on EU goods and structural market conditions, underscoring the ongoing spillover effects of U.S. trade policy on global partners. USMCA review process nearing a milestone. The U.S., Mexico, and Canada are nearing a joint review of the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA, with reports due around early January that could influence the future of this cornerstone North American trade framework. Yeah, everybody's going to be looking at the United States like, what the fuck, dude? The review could affect automotive rules, origin standards, and tariff exemptions that are central to U.S. and North American trade. Trade policy implementation is still in focus. Recent filings show the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, USTR, continues to compile and report on USMCA operations, a procedural but important step in shaping negotiations and enforcement priorities for the year ahead. Tariff, legal, and regulatory pressure still on the horizon. Investor discussions reference potential volatility from an impending Supreme Court ruling on Trump-era tariffs, which, if adverse, might shape duties and international responses in 2026. Economists expect that inflation is likely to stay above target. Forecasts published today show economists believe U.S. inflation may remain above the Fed's long-term target through 2026, influenced partly by ongoing tariff effects and trade-linked supply chain costs. U.S. trade policy adjustment, furniture, and tariff. Oh, we already got that. I think I accidentally put the same part twice. Well, I guess it's pretty short today. We just had a major holiday weekend, so Major tariff delays and sector relief in a move widely viewed as a breather for inflation-weary consumers. The administration issued a series of New Year's Eve proclamations to stall scheduled price hikes. Yeah, the breaking news that's like the big deal for today is the furniture and wood tariffs being delayed. Chinese tariff suspension per the November de-escalation agreement. The effective U.S. rate on Chinese goods dropped from 42 to 32% today. This includes the suspension of a 24% reciprocal tariff for 1 year in exchange for Chinese cooperation on fentanyl precursors. U.S. stock futures rose early this morning but ended at a significant drop. Fed speculation markets are on high alert as the president is expected to name a successor to Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell early this year, because Jerome Powell won't let him just simply get away with fraud and just like go along with his bullshit. Agriculture and small business crisis despite the festive atmosphere. Specific sectors report severe structural bleeding. The AG trade deficit, the U.S. agricultural trade balance, has swung into a historic deficit as of January 2026, while a $12.5 billion Farmer Bridge Assistance FBA program was launched in December. Rural economists warn that long-term customers in Brazil and Argentina are becoming permanently entrenched. Small business litigation. A coalition of over 700 small businesses have filed an amicus brief with the Supreme Court in Trump versus VOS selections. The suit challenges the president's authority to use the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA, to impose emergency tariffs without a specific congressional mandate. USMCA Survival Review today, January 2nd, 2026, marks a critical statutory deadline for the USMCA. That's the United States, Mexico, Canada agreement. The administration is required to provide a report to Congress today, 180 days before the July 1st intent to renew deadline, signaling its intentions for the future of the deal. Rules of origin. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer has stated that tightening rules of origin is the top priority for the 2026 review to ensure Mexico and Canada aren't used as pass-throughs for Chinese components. Is it going to be some KKK policy some more? We're going to demand that Mexico and Canada get down on some America First KKK policy. Shock event watch. The $180 billion question. JP Morgan economists estimate that the tariffs currently being challenged in the Supreme Court account for roughly $180 billion in annual revenue. If the court rules against the administration in early 2026, the government may be forced to return those funds, creating an unprecedented fiscal shock to the federal budget. Now, I'm going to speculate, okay? There is rumors going around that some shaman are believing that Donald Trump is likely to pass away in 2026 or have some very serious medical issues. They're hiding from these import numbers. They're going to lose their fucking minds when that shit comes out. So, is it when the government is determined needing to pay back that tariff money that Donald Trump is going to magically just disappear and we're going to be without a president or what? I don't know. I'm just speculating. I expect these people to run like the rats that they are off of a freaking ship, you know. Nationwide freeze on child care funds over Somali fraud claims. Some dumbass little Caucasian male went busting up into a children's facility supposedly, and there was like nobody there because it's the holiday, and the few people that were there were very startled because they don't know who this motherfucker is, and he's asking to see the children. In a major expansion of a localized dispute, the Trump administration has officially frozen federal child care funding for all 50 states and has been involved in somehow endorsing this weird young man busting up into a child care facility being like, "Where are the kids?" Who is now receiving a significant amount of backlash for his actions. And I'm pretty sure that this is associated with the Somali thing here with the racism towards the Somali people that's been going on with the Trump administration. Donald Trump has also been colluding with Israel in threatening the sovereignty of Somalia. So Donald Trump's justification for cutting child care is the acting director of the CDC and HHS officials that cited unverified claims from a right-wing influencer regarding alleged fraud in Somali-run daycare centers in Minnesota. So the director of the CDC, as well as members of the HHS, are making their decisions based on some kid that looks like he's like 18, that probably is like all about this Charlie Kirk shit, like some brainwashed little fucking one of the Hitler youth. The administration, I'm just expressing my thoughts and my opinions based on my observations. That's how I perceive this manipulation of young adults, young children, that this administration is trying to pull. The administration is demanding that every state submit a comprehensive audit before funds are released. Attorneys general from several states, including Washington and Minnesota, are exploring legal options to block the freeze, which they say punishes family based on vitriol and harassment directed at the Somali diaspora. Implementation of merit hiring and extension of federal hiring freeze. President Trump has officially extended the federal civilian hiring freeze into fiscal year 2026. The Patriot Standard, the administration's new merit hiring plan, and I've been talking about this for the past few days, where he's trying to change the ranking of current government employees so he can fire them all. This mandates that all new hires be screened for patriotism and alignment with the administration's agenda, so he's going to fire them for not being Nazis. Reports indicate that over 150,000 federal employees took buyouts in 2025, and the administration has already capped future hiring at a 1-to-4 ratio, one new hire for every 4 departures, so we'll have less than a quarter of our government remaining, signaling a permanent downsizing of civil service. So we're paying taxes for what? I don't know. I don't know why anybody's paying taxes right now. We're really getting into some dangerous territory as a nation for the safety and well-being of the country and the sovereignty of the nation. There are people in positions of authority that need to act in a way that is appropriate to the situation and protect an entire country of people and quit sitting on their hands. That motherfucker needs to be marched right out of the Oval Office by marshals. We're on the verge of nearly total collapse of our entire governmental body while we're being looted, and this is all unfolded over the course of 1 year. The appropriate authorities need to take the correct action and not throw the whole country into the garbage bin by allowing this weird ass old man that shits himself and paints himself orange to dismantle the government. DOJ strategy shift designating Antifa and investigating NGOs, a newly effective national security presidential memorandum. NSPM 7 has established a coordinated law enforcement strategy to disrupt and dismantle domestic organizations. Well, I'm not Antifa. I'm a pissed off American that speaks freely. Domestic terror label. The order officially designates Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization and directs the IRS to investigate the tax-exempt status of any NGO or nonprofit that supports anti-Americanism or anti-Christianity. That sounds like, isn't that contradictory to the separation of church and state? It'll be challenged in court and it'll lose. Let's not get into that. That's just ridiculous. Like, everything he does is ridiculous. All right, another day here. Federal law enforcement is now directed to interrogate individuals arrested for civil disorder about their funders and organizers prior to any plea agreement being offered. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Plea for what? New Title IX rules reverting to 2020 standards following a nationwide injunction by a Kentucky federal court that set aside the 2024 Title IX rules. The Department of Education has officially reverted to 2020 Trump-era regulations. Sexual misconduct changes. Universities must now return to a live hearing model with cross-examinations for sexual assault allegations. LGBTQ plus protections. The definition of sex discrimination has been narrowed to exclude gender identity and sexual orientation, removing federal protections for transgender students that had been implemented under the previous administration. Offshore drilling expansion versus coastal protections. The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, BOEM, has officially entered the final public comment phase for its 5-year offshore drilling plan, which proposes massive new lease sales in Alaska, California, and the Gulf of Mexico. Environmental rollback. Simultaneously, the administration has begun dismantling NOAA programs that protect coastal habitats, arguing these programs hinder energy independence. Climate risk. Critics note that the plan explicitly ignores the long-term effects of sea level rise and hurricane intensification, prioritizing upstream oil and gas investment over coastal community resilience. Garbage rhetoric. During a New Year's address, the president reportedly referred to certain groups of Somali immigrants as garbage. That is called dehumanization. It is a tool of war. It is a weapon of war. And if I was Somali, I would be perceiving this behavior as a potential threat to sovereignty. While discussing the child care fraud allegations, further inflaming tensions in states with large immigrant populations. Targeting Rep. Thomas Massey, the president has continued to a streak of holiday attacks on GOP Representative Thomas Massey, labeling him a lowlife for his legislative push to release the Epstein files, an act the president characterized as disloyal. This is the same president who is like making threats to people because they told other Americans not to break the law, not to follow unlawful orders, not to break the law. So, oh boy, yeah, we're like living through some sort of weird nightmare right now. This concludes today's economic news report. I don't know why the extra little tidbits were there at the end, but I'm gonna go now. Bye.
So the Olympics is great, and Johnny, for the others, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, it's too bad. One was in 2026, and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup, and everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment to my videos. And also get to check out my shop where you could get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America, fuck yeah. And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, because MAGA's fucking cockroaches. And fuck MAGA. Abolish MAGA. Fuck you, MAGA.
Say it any louder, then it's getting shut down.
My name is Waffles, and I'm a government whistleblower turned political commentator, and this is the last 24 hours in the news. Today is January 1st, 2026. It is 10:35 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Here are the top U.S. news highlights for the past 24 hours. Federal judge blocks major deportation policy. A U.S. federal judge blocked the Trump administration's attempt to end deportation protections, temporary protected status, for thousands of Hondurans, Nepalese, and Nicaraguans. Ruling opponents had shown discrimination concerns. This is one of several legal setbacks in immigration policy the administration has faced recently. DOJ continues review of Epstein documents. The Department of Justice is still reviewing about 5.2 million pages of files related to Jeffrey Epstein, requiring 400 lawyers and likely delaying scheduled releases into late January, prolonging a major transparency and legal matter that intersects with historic scandal scrutiny. National Guard withdrawn from major cities with a threat. President Trump announced the removal of the National Guard from Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland following legal challenges that undercut his authority to deploy federal forces. He warned federal forces will come back in a much different and stronger form, whatever that means. If crime rises, signaling ongoing tension over federal militarization of domestic policing. This follows months of controversial deployments under the Trump administration that critics say violated limits like the Posse Comitatus Act. Major federal policy pushback continues. Legal challenges continue to shape Trump policies. A federal judge blocked the administration's move to end protections for hundreds of thousands of migrants on human rights grounds. Courts also recently barred limits on the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Services Authority affecting labor negotiations from recent Reuters legal headlines. The administration has tightened child care reporting requirements, but funding freezes reported earlier were paused pending clarifications. U.S. government sued Illinois over a state law that limits how federal immigration agents can operate in the state, continuing legal friction between federal authority and state protections. Reuters domestic headlines show tariff policy adjustments, residential furniture import tariff delays, and continuing federal regulatory challenges affecting industry, not a direct infrastructure crisis, but relevant to economic infrastructure. U.S. National Guard and federalism debate has diplomatic echoes. The persistent legal and public debate over the federal use of troops in U.S. cities intersects with broader international perceptions of U.S. civil liberties and governance, relevant insofar as global partners track domestic stability. No new major international treaties or foreign crisis involving the United States were broken today. Ongoing U.S. military actions in overseas operations. Strikes as part of Operation Southern Spear continue to be part of broader U.S. defense posture. Not in the last 24 hours of headlines, but still an ongoing issue. Federal judges continue blocking key immigration rollbacks, including ending TPS protections. Courts have curtailed federal power to deploy the National Guard domestically, a major legal rebuke to the administration's approach. Ongoing lawsuits include disputes over state laws versus federal immigration enforcement and labor agency authority. Trump's public rhetoric signals a future federal force threat. President Trump's announcement that federal troops will return in a much different and stronger form if crime arises, even as legal authority has been rebuffed by courts, is being viewed as a concerning escalation of rhetoric around military use against U.S. citizens and stakeholders. Epstein files delay and Trump connection continued scrutiny. The ongoing delays in releasing Epstein-related documents, a scandal connected to Trump's past social circles, continues to be a politically sensitive legal matter with implications for transparency and public trust. Federal DOJ challenged Virginia laws on tuition for undocumented residents. The U.S. Department of Justice filed a new complaint challenging Virginia laws that provide in-state tuition and financial assistance to undocumented immigrants, arguing that the state program illegally discriminates against U.S. citizens. This legal action reflects an expansion of federal enforcement into state education policy with civil rights implications relating to equality and access. White supremacists trying to abuse the legal system. ACLU and UN Human Rights Council rebuke U.S. human rights cooperation. Civil society organizations led by the ACLU and allied groups joined the United Nations Human Rights Council in urging the United States to resume cooperation with the Universal Periodic Review, UPR, after the Trump administration's earlier boycott. The council has rescheduled this U.S. review for 2026, keeping international scrutiny on the administration's civil and human rights record. So, I'm a government whistleblower, and I wrote this whole book that's free in my bio, and it's got a backlog, like a record of what was happening during the pandemic, as far as the performance of our governmental body. And if I had completed that book, it would be like that big, versus like how big it actually is. So there's a whole lot of drafting because I saw what looked like an attack going on inside of the government, and I'm like trying to figure out, oh shit, what can we do about this? So, what I will say is that a lot of the arguments of the Trump administration are just logistically invalid. They're not, by the bounds of reality and actual, like, how the world works. Things are measurable. So there's been a lot of research on things like DEI and having women in the workplace and treating women fairly and, keeping people housed and doing these things that MAGA seems to be very against, that they refer to as woke. Human rights. Okay, that's what we're talking about here. They boost GDP. Okay, they improve the performance of everything. They really do. As human beings, we're not meant to be treating each other like shit and stealing from each other. You steal from it. Okay, people who steal are not productive. Okay, they're the ones taking from others. They are not useful to society. Society, in my opinion, does not need those people. The United States just cut the United Nations Humanitarian Assistance Program from $17 billion down to $2 billion. If you don't know the history of America's relationship with the United Nations, the president's wife helped with establishing all of this human rights that the United Nations is based off of. The United Nations was built as an entity after World War II to set basic standards of living to prevent global war, first of all, to keep World War II from happening again, and the United States had a major role to play in establishing the UN. There's probably a really good reason why the United Nations is in New York for their headquarters. So this is something very important that people need to understand, is the significant amount of American history that the United Nations is a part of this country. And the most disgraceful thing that I am seeing in the middle of all of this is when I look at how the rest of the world functions. The United Nations has its different declarations. They are on my YouTube channel. They have their own playlist for educational purposes so that people can know what those are. Go watch that. And the vast majority of these human rights declarations, the United States is not signing, and the rest of the world has. That's the problem. Because it makes the United States look really, really bad, because we have a substandard of living, okay? We're like primates over here. And if you look at China, everything's all sparkly and futuristic. Right? I'm not saying we need to be like China. But what I am saying is the United States is not doing a good job at being part of the advanced world, especially trying to engage in isolationism. Right now, with this joke of a president that we have that appears to just be some sort of weird fucking mob boss working for the Russian war, doing God only knows what. Not normal behavior for a normal human being, and I don't think he's concerned at all with the safety and well-being of the American people. I think he's clearly stated that. But the United States is a shame on the world stage. And this is what we need to fix. Other than that, it's 2025, all right? We got through the whole having candles in the buildings thing. You know, that was a while ago. We already learned that chimneys could catch houses on fire. All right? We don't need to go back in American history to rediscover the human species, all right? When I see somebody who is trying to reinvent the wheel, after 10 years of working in construction, you got that one fucking idiot. What the person who thinks that they need to do everything all the way back from the ground up, right? When you think you need to reinvent the wheel, there's so many fucking wheels out here. Everybody's driving around on cars on the highway, and it's like there's this dumb monkey sitting on a rock trying to figure out how to make a wheel. So we don't need that. But there is so much empirical data that really needs to be... If you want things to perform well, you're going to have to quit whining about the things like the women in the workplace. The rights of the child is one of the United Nations items that the United States has not ratified into law. We were all once children, and I think that abuse against children is a horrible thing that should not be allowed. And I think that having lack of legal standard for the fair treatment of children, well, leaves us to just, the potential of having just a traumatized as fuck society. So yeah, there's a little bit of the history of the United Nations and why it matters in this context. It's very disgraceful behavior. He has taken their humanitarian assistance budget from $17 billion down to $2 billion in less than a year. I think, personally, anybody who is willing to, one, harm another person, physically harm them, an innocent person, or especially murder or rape an innocent person, while murder and rape are just wrong, It don't matter if that person's guilty or not. If you do that, there's something wrong with you, okay? These are the kinds of people that we don't need in society. They are a burden to society. People who are harming others. And how the hell can you possibly have a functional society if everybody's just stealing from each other? Which is what Donald Trump's setting up right now. If you watch how he's dismantling the government, every criminal is like, hey. At this time, I would assume. Certainly seems like it when I go out there into the real world and interact, and people keep stealing money from me. So, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, if everybody's stealing for our money, then who's going to be working for that money? This is not how we have a functional society. We don't just let criminals run loose and murder people. We don't let people assault people. Okay, we don't let people just go light buildings on fire and loot the villages and kidnap the women. All right? This is not the fucking Renaissance. And destructive behavior is not how you have a functional society or a society that's going to continue to exist. And if we keep going on this trajectory, life is going to suck for all of us. Because if you think that those people don't deserve, these people, those people, that's all that MAGA wants to do. These people, those people, they can never look at themselves and decide to be a better person. Because they're in my opinion, a bunch of thieves and criminals. But at the end of the day, there needs to be that understanding that there does need to be basic standards of decency and expectations under the law. Because if there's not, then society will crumble and we will not be a country anymore. And that means there's going to be a lot of violence. And if you don't want to be subjected to violence personally, then my suggestion would be that you oppose destructive behavior. And if you want to make right decisions in the world, then you need to look at how the world actually works. I don't understand why there are so many people who seem to be so caught up in their ego that they're not asking themselves about the external force that is the real world. Guess what? This world has been here billions of years. It was here before you were born. It will be here after you die. There are 6 billion people on the planet Earth. The world does not give a fuck about you. If you want to be effective, look at the facts and how the world actually works instead of being so determined that the imaginary things in your head must be real and so you're going to force it upon others. If you want to be effective in reality, you need to understand how reality works. And you start with saying, I don't know shit about this whole fucking world because it was here millions of years before me. And I will never know everything about this world. And if I want to do something, I better figure out what the external forces are so that I can be useful with those forces. And that is how we get things done effectively. I don't understand this shit that there's these fucking weirdos out here that are like, you gotta live this way. No, I'm good. I already been on my deathbed and shit, and I had to really think about all of this, and I don't think I get a second go round on the planet Earth, so I will do what suits me in my limited time on this earth. And nobody's gonna tell me how to be with myself in the time that I have been granted. That is not your decision to make. That is not your right to determine what I experience. If I am hurting nothing, it is not your place to fuck with me. Plain and simple. If someone else is not doing harm, you leave them the hell alone. You go live your own life. And quit whining about these people or those people. That's some primal behavior. It's 2025. We're an advanced civilization, alright? Shit be glowing up in our houses fucking magically, bro. We don't need you to teach us how to light a fucking candle. So let's have better standards of living. But I want people to, step outside of the box and understand these things. Understand the relevance of why it is that we have human rights. Like my right to have a roof over my head and food in my stomach as part of the modern world. And if you want to cry about homeless people, then understand there's the real world. And then there's the imaginary world in your head. Letting this country turn into a slum and fall into barbarism and letting people loot us is how we wind up, not having a country anymore. So, the MAGA people will like to cry about Confederate statues. There was no way that the Confederacy will ever be successful. Okay? Nobody wants to bust their ass and listen to some whiny ass motherfucker that ain't worth shit. Like when somebody is trying to boss me around, I just see a whiny ass motherfucker that ain't worth shit. I mean, if it's helping me grow, that's one thing. But if somebody feels so entitled to just tell other people how they're gonna live their lives, why don't you go live your own life and get the fuck out of mine? When you behave like that, you just look like a bitch. You look like a whiny bitch. So there was NATO and the UN. We tried during World War I. I can't remember what it was called. Because they tried first. They tried one time. I think as NATO. Because of the fact that world wars have broken out, there has been these peace agreements. And with Donald Trump shitting all over what's happening at the United Nations and shitting all over our peace agreements, if he's going to destroy the basic, the foundation of the agreements that we have among each other as nations to maintain the peace on the globe so we can all have a better quality of life and not be falling into barbarism and living in a cave, trying to figure out how to light a fucking fire. If he's going to destroy the foundation of what has been global peace through my life so far, I mean, my life has not been the best. There's been all kinds of problems, but, and the United States has been killing a lot of people, but it's been peacetime in the United States for a while. How do you fix that relationship after that trust has been broken? And I think the United States needs to start with ratifying the remaining treaties, like the rights of the child and the rights of women and some of these other basic rights that the rest of the world is already signed on to. So we look like fucking apes over here. I'm going to get off of that conversation. I think that what Donald Trump is doing to our relationship with NATO and the UN is very disgraceful. And I don't ever want to hear no white supremacists ever crying about no dumb-ass Confederate fucking statue of some fucking dumb fucking entitled tyrant that was once here after shit like this. I think that was Roosevelt's wife that was... Eleanor Roosevelt. She was a U.S. delegate to the United Nations, and she wrote the Declaration of Human Rights. She helped write it. She was a key figure in that. That is a part of American history. Don't you dare be shitting on the UN. Alright, yeah, so I started saying a lot of cuss words, and I deleted a large amount of cuss words, and I'm gonna continue with my reporting now. National Guard Domestic Reaction Force Plan, ongoing controversy. While this has been reported previously, continuing internal Pentagon planning documents show the Trump administration is moving forward with establishing a large National Guard reaction force, trained specifically for civil unrest response, slated to include thousands of personnel and a quick reaction unit, operational by January 1st, 2026. Critics argue this raises serious constitutional and civil liberties questions about military roles in domestic policing. Broad protests against mass deportation efforts, protests against the Trump administration's mass deportation policies, remain an active domestic movement, with demonstrations and clashes reported in multiple cities as part of the 2025 U.S. protests against mass deportation. Although far from overnight, these remain an ongoing, undercovered civil rights flashpoint, feeding legal challenges and grassroots activism. Continued legal pressure over ICE tactics in Chicago. Litigation from 2025 against the federal ICE tactics in Chicago Operation Midway Blitz cases continues, with federal court rulings finding warrantless arrests and unlawful detentions, requiring ICE to report monthly on warrantless arrests and provide bond reimbursements, a significant judicial check on federal enforcement operations that remains relevant in current civil liberties debates. DOJ restructures illegal actions against state election data holdouts. Although not new today, the Justice Department has been expanding lawsuits against states refusing to hand over voter data related to federal demands, including suits against multiple states over election information compliance and ongoing seen in federal-state legal friction. Justice Department ordered Disney to pay penalty over children's privacy. A lesser-covered DOJ consumer protection action saw Disney agree to a $10 million civil penalty and injunction over alleged children's privacy violations, reflecting enforcement in areas affecting families and digital rights. U.S. government still in focus over civil rights. External review. The UN Human Rights Council's redemption of the UPR process puts the U.S. civil rights record back on the global stage, indicating persistent internal pressure and pointing towards ongoing diplomatic risk tied to domestic human rights issues. DOJ takes legal aim at state financial aid policies beyond tuition. The DOJ's complaint against Virginia's in-state tuition policies also underscores a broader federal legal push against state programs that benefit non-citizens, part of the administration's broader enforcement strategy touching multiple facets of civil life. Civil liberties groups warn of militarization risk from guard plans. Human rights groups such as the Lemkin Institute have explicitly condemned the ongoing federal deployment of the National Guard and other forces to U.S. cities, framing it as dangerous federal overreach and a possible erosion of constitutional norms, a context sometimes missing from mainstream reporting but relevant to civil risk analysis. Federal workers file class action over LGBTQ plus coverage. A group of federal employees filed a class action complaint against the administration today. The suit challenges a new policy, effective January 1st, that eliminates health insurance coverage for gender-affirming care for federal and U.S. Postal Service workers. The plaintiffs argue this policy is discriminatory on the basis of sex. Yeah, if that's the insurance that's being provided by their employer, if their employer is the United States government, then in that case, I do think that they ought to have some fair say in having the ability to do what they want with their medical insurance. You know, it's one thing to have like general standards in regards to children and their well-being, developmentally, psychologically, etc. I don't think that flipping a switch overnight is good, but this has been an ongoing debate, so I'm inputting my opinion here. If people are taking hormone therapy medications or whatever, they're going to go through withdrawal. They need to be weaned off those medications, so I don't think that that kind of funding should be cut off immediately. And I'm talking about the ones that are talking about like gender affirming care for kids, and I don't even know if that's going on in our government or not, because it's not something that I've looked up. I'm not taking the time on that. So kids is one thing. You know, I think somebody needs to be at least like 18 to make those kinds of decisions, and I would hope older. You know, I mean, the brain's not fully developed until the age of 25. And if adults make changes to a child's physiology in that way, that is something that, you know, if I was a child and I grew up in certain circumstances, I could possibly come into adulthood believing that I was abused. You know, personally, from like a logistical standpoint, that's how I feel about it, but I also don't support just like forcing people to go through withdrawals off of medication. Other than that, if there's grown-ass adults that are using their health insurance policy that they got from their job to do what they want with their medical care, I think the government should just leave them the fuck alone. There's been some shady stuff going on with this, like Donald Trump has been threatening to defund hospitals entirely for even providing the services in the building, even if the person receiving care is not like getting any gender affirming care, if they're just there for like, you know, they broke a leg or something. So then that could impact a large amount of medical facilities. So that's how I feel about that. Schedule F implementation looms. Federal agencies are preparing for the schedule/career policy. Formally, Schedule F order to take effect. This is how Donald Trump is trying to make it so he could just fire whoever he wants. So he could just fire anybody whenever he wants. And so this one is where he is trying to make it so that he can change how government employees are rated on their performance, making the rules for that much more loose. So essentially he could just give everybody an F and just fire a large chunk of the government. So that's what this is. This rule allows for the conversion of tens of thousands of career civil servants into at-will employees, significantly increasing the president's direct control over the federal workforce. So now we're not just looking at the heads of the agencies, but the workforce. So he's fixing to start really getting rid of entirely the system of United States government. He is the national security threat. He needs to be treated as such, and he needs to be removed. Reductions in force RIFs reevaluated, while a court-ordered pause on federal layoffs in place until January 30th. Agencies have begun assessing new workforce cuts. Over 300,000 federal employees left the government in 2025, and the administration has signaled that trimming the workforce remains a primary objective. He's removing the head figures. He's been laying people off. He is now seeking to just fire at will, not just the heads of our federal agencies, but all the rest of them as well. We have a need for a system of governance. I know that people may have their grievances against the government. But the government is supposed to enforce laws against things like fraud and murder and vandalism and violence, drug trafficking. And they are literally, I'm pretty sure we're dealing with a Russian coup. They are trying to remove our system of governance. And that is going to have a massive negative impact on public safety. It needs to be stopped because that is a direct threat to national security. National Guard federalization dispute. California and Illinois continue to challenge the administration's use of federalized National Guard troops for domestic law enforcement in California. Approximately 4,000 Guard members remain under federal control to conduct civilian law enforcement roles, a move that Governor Gavin Newsom has petitioned the Supreme Court to block, calling it an unlawful activation against American communities. Threats against political opponents. President Trump recently accused Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior via social media after they appeared in a video advertising military members to refuse illegal orders. The president stated such actions are punishable by death. If you tell people not to break the law, such actions are punishable by death. What does that say about our country? Do I need to go any further? I'm not going to. Paramilitary force concerns. Civil rights organizations have raised alarms over what they describe as the build-out of a national paramilitary policing force. Recent documentation highlights federal personnel detaining civilians during immigration raids in major cities without traditional judicial oversight. RFK Jr. targets hospital funding. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has proposed new rules that would bar hospitals from receiving Medicaid or Medicare payments if they provide gender-affirming care for minors. This move is currently being met with a multi-state lawsuit led by Democratic attorneys general. Good. Education Department funding penalties. New rules are being implemented that allow the Department of Education to withhold loan relief and funding from organizations that support immigration or transgender care, framing the move as a way to politically punish groups opposed to the administration's priorities. Now, they're just trying to shut everything down and take all the money that's going into these programs and put it in their personal bank accounts. That's just my opinion based on what I'm seeing. That's certainly what it looks like. Energy permitting reform. 3 major permitting bills, including the Speed Act and Permit Act, are moving into the Senate. These laws seek to limit the ability of states and citizens to block infrastructure projects via the Clean Water Act or environmental reviews. Telehealth coverage expansion. As of today, new state mandates in Texas, HB 1052, require health plans to cover telemedicine even if the originating or distant site is out of the state, signaling a growing clash between federal and state level healthcare delivery rules. Yeah, I find that kind of strange. So just like a day or two ago, the news was that the federal government is like shutting down telehealth operations, like restricting telehealth. But then the state is like demanding that companies do it. So they're trying to like, not only like as all this defunding of our hospitals going on. Guys, I think we're being attacked by a foreign adversary. Not only is the defunding of our hospitals and defunding of our healthcare programs going away, and we're running the risk of losing hospitals as a result of this, we now have a contradictory law between federal and state, where the federal government is telling people no telehealth, and the state is demanding that companies provide the telehealth. So then it's likely not going to be subsidized by the government in a way that it may have been previously, and more burdensome to the hospitals. I just want to point that out. CDC leadership shakeup following a wave of high-level resignations and removals of CDC leadership. Concerns have been raised regarding the nation's ability to maintain consistent vaccine guidance and public health coordination for 2026. Data standards shift effective today. U.S. Core Data for Interoperability (USCDI) version 3 is the new federal baseline for health IT. This requires massive terminology upgrades across all U.S. hospitals to maintain federal certification. Massive expansion of travel ban. A new proclamation took effect today extending the travel ban to 39 countries, including several new additions in Africa and South America in response to countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger have announced retaliatory bans on U.S. citizens. U.S. strikes on drug boats. The military confirmed 2 separate strikes in the Pacific against vessels suspected of transporting drugs. These actions are part of an increasingly aggressive shadow war posture in the Western Hemisphere. Ukraine peace negotiations. Tensions remain high as the president claims a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine is 95% done, a claim that Ukrainian President Zelensky has met with skepticism, warning of typical Russian lies regarding territory. Kennedy Center renaming controversy. In a move that has roiled the D.C. arts community, the Kennedy Center adopted new bylaws to limit voting exclusively to Trump-appointed trustees. This was reportedly done to finalize a plan to add Donald Trump's name to the national facility. Center President Richard Grinnell is currently demanding $1 million in damages from a musician who canceled a show in protest. Healthcare sticker shock. As the new year begins, millions are experiencing immediate sticker shock due to the expiration of enhanced ACA subsidies. Reports from Vermont indicate some farmers are seeing monthly premiums jump from $900 to $3,200, sparking a bipartisan effort in the Senate to strike a compromise despite the administration's hands-off approach. Planned Parenthood funding halt. A Boston-based federal appeals court has allowed the administration to begin stripping Medicaid funding from Planned Parenthood health centers across 22 states and D.C. The ruling stayed a previous injunction, effectively cutting off low-income patient access to non-abortion services at these clinics. Women. Let us get out here and explain to them that this is where women go just for general female issues. Here's an update on STD statistics in the United States. 1 in 5 Americans have an STD. I'm sorry, I haven't looked at this number for a while. It's like, wow. I mean, are the dating websites causing a public health crisis? Because it kind of seems like that might be part of the problem. 1 in 5. Women are more likely than men to get tested for STDs. Shame is the real STD. Why men still avoid getting tested. So I don't want to dig deeper into this in general. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that dudes don't frequently get themselves tested and that women are the ones getting themselves tested more often. And if you want your junk to like turn into some green goo that sticks to your leg, yeah, defund Planned Parenthood. All right. Oh my goodness. We need women, we need some sort of hypersonic device that we can carry on our persons that just like hurts the ears of men so that when they start to try to encroach, we can just repel them. I'm not gay. I'm just saying, like, the ridiculous behavior out here, and these dudes are all sleeping around on women that they're like having babies with and shit. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of it. There's a reason why women are upset. Violence towards women has been on a drastic increase since the beginning of the pandemic. It is a global epidemic right now, and women have a reason to be speaking up. I saw a post the other day that mentioned that, like, they're trying to give the death penalty to women for having an abortion, and the penalties for somebody shooting up a school is a lot less. So tell me how that makes sense. So, yeah, anyways, ladies, we have the lady place that ladies can go to, for gynecological health care. So I don't know what we will need to do to educate these motherfuckers, because they don't know shit about your hoo-ha, and they're trying to regulate your hoo-ha. And I don't think they should have the right to do that. Like, that is a medical facility, and other than that, like, women are more educated, and there seems to be some Darwinism going on in society right now. So as the more educated of the two genders, women really need to step up to the plate and take their roles in leadership. And I don't know what's going to be done. I would assume a lawsuit's going to get filed over this. You can't just shut everything down and take away everybody's health care and take away their food and take away their housing and be like, we're going to enslave you, and think that it's going to go well. I'll say that much. We are going to get off of this tangent. Illinois One Health Commission. In a move that counters federal shifts, Illinois has officially established a One Health Commission today. This body is designed to coordinate human, animal, and environmental health data to combat zoonotic threats, that's diseases from animals being transferred to humans, like the avian flu and antimicrobial resistance, operating as a state-level buffer against federal public health rollbacks. Okay, as long as it's supplementing, like, this is state policy. My brain just started hurting because all of this COVID stuff, and it's like zoonotic diseases are not that common, but bird flu is an issue. The 39-country ban as of January 1st, the U.S. has officially activated a full or partial travel ban on 39 countries. This includes a full suspension of both immigrant and non-immigrant visas for 19 nations. The State Department claims this is due to deficient identity management systems in those regions. Low-life attacks on Republicans. President Trump spent the holiday period attacking Representative Thomas Massie, a Republican from it's Kentucky. I had to double check for some reason. Calling him a lowlife after Massie co-authored a law requiring the release of all federal Jeffrey Epstein files. Massie has since used the insult to successfully fundraise for his 2026 primary campaign. Good job. All right, well, this concludes the U.S. news for today. I'm going to go now. Bye.
So the Olympics is great, and Johnny for the others, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny, and we got the World Cup too. And it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. I got both of them. I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup. And I said, it's too bad One was in 2026 and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup, and everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment on my videos. And also, don't forget to check out my shop where you could get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America, fuck yeah! And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, because MAGA's fucking cockroaches. And fuck MAGA. Abolish MAGA. Fuck you, MAGA. That is from Vice News.
You know why a lot of people never make the leap into owning their own business?
The video is titled Coast Guard Dude Surfs a Narco Packed with Cocaine. That is what narcotic operations should look like. And if our Coast Guard is capable of that, there was no good enough reason. That was a submarine. He managed to get it open. He managed to apprehend the boat. So there is no good enough reason for the Trump administration to be shooting down boats that are just kind of floating around in the water. They could easily approach those if they can approach a submarine like that. So I personally, on that basis, find the use of lethal force to be absolutely unacceptable. Sydney mass shooting commemoration. Sydney's iconic fireworks display included a minute of silence for the 15 victims of a mass shooting at Bondi Beach 3 weeks ago. In a first for the city, police monitored the crowds while openly carrying rapid-fire rifles. So, you know, I like to socialize, and I've had a handful of friends from Australia, and they all tell me that it's very restrictive over there and the people do not have free speech. In a stunning move, Bulgaria adopts the euro. As of January 1st, 2026, Bulgaria has officially adopted the euro as its national currency, a major milestone in its integration with the European Union. Israel bars UNRWA utilities. The UN has condemned Israel's decision to cut off electricity and water supplies to facilities run by UNRWA, the Palestinian Refugee Agency, warning that the move will paralyze humanitarian operations to Gaza. Czechia eases cannabis laws. A major criminal law amendment took effect in the Czech Republic today, legally allowing individuals to grow up to 3 cannabis plants and possess limited amounts for personal use. Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rang in 2026 as a guest of President Trump at Mar-a-Lago. The meeting underscored the International Stabilization Force plan for Gaza, which reportedly involves a gradual withdrawal of Israeli troops starting this month. I'll believe it when I see it. Extreme vetting for migrants. The U.S. Embassy in India issued a significant criminal penalty warning to potential migrants, signaling the start of a more aggressive global enforcement campaign for 2026. European Space Agency, ESA, data breach. The ESA confirmed overnight that external science servers have been compromised. A threat actor is currently attempting to sell stolen data on the dark web. While the agency claims mission-critical systems for satellite control remain secure, the breach has exposed sensitive research data and internal communications across several European member states. South Korea Blue House return and legal fallout in a major symbolic shift. President Lee Jae-myung officially moved the presidential office back to Cheongwa-dae, the Blue House. Today, this marks the final effort to erase the legacy of his predecessor, Yoon Suk-yeol, who was ousted and jailed following his 2024 martial law declaration. A lower court ruling on the insurrection charges against the former president, which could carry the death penalty, is now expected in early 2026. Well, I hope we see similar prosecution for Donald Trump, and I hope we see it soon. I'm glad to see that there's yet another one of these individuals behaving this way on the global stage being held accountable. Hong Kong New Year grief adjustments. Unlike the festive celebrations in other global hubs, Hong Kong significantly scaled back its New Year's Eve events. Public displays were muted to honor the 161 victims of a recent high-rise apartment fire. This comes amidst a backdrop of heightened security as the city continues to navigate its Integration 2030 plan with mainland China. Critical cybersecurity flaw in MongoDB. Security researchers issued an emergency alert on December 31st regarding a high-severity vulnerability in MongoDB, CVE 2025-14847, dubbed Mongo Bleed. The flaw is currently under active exploitation worldwide, with over 87,000 instances identified as susceptible. It allows unauthenticated remote attackers to leak sensitive database information, posing a massive risk to global corporate infrastructure. I'm pretty sure in my U.S. news brief today, I just mentioned that Donald Trump is lifting cybersecurity regulations on malicious spyware attacks. While this is also happening, so he must be involved with whatever is going on with this. Bulgaria's Euro transition and budget unrest. While Bulgaria officially joined the Eurozone today, the transition has been marred by intense domestic unrest. Overnight, police in Sofia remained on high alert following weeks of protests against the 2026 Euro transition budget. Citizens are protesting tax hikes and social security changes that the government claims were necessary to meet EU requirements for the currency switch. Finland seizes ship suspected of telecom cables sabotage. Finnish police seized a Russian-linked ship suspected of damaging an undersea telecom cable between Finland and Estonia, part of a series of such incidents in the Baltic Sea. Authorities called it aggravated sabotage, and NATO allies are on high alert for further disruption risks. Undersea cables carry the bulk of global internet traffic, and any sabotage has significant implications for communications security, trade connectivity, and NATO stability. Russia releases footage to back Ukraine attack claims. You know what footage Russia should release? What the fuck happened with Bubba? Russia's defense ministry published a video it says shows downed Ukrainian drone allegedly targeting presidential residence. They're claiming that Ukraine tried to kill Putin. Putin needs to be killed. Okay, he's a war criminal. He should be prosecuted. He should be given the death penalty. He needs to be arrested. He needs to be in prison. These people are so happy killing other people, then why should their lives be valued? Just from a logical standpoint, you view human life so little, why should you be considered a priority? A claim Kiev and Western officials reject. There is no, It's been invalidated. The release appears aimed at influencing narratives ahead of ongoing peace negotiations over the Ukraine war. Even disputed evidence releases can heighten tensions and complicate diplomatic efforts to de-escalate the nearly 4-year conflict. Ukraine rejects weak peace deal, says it would prolong war. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made clear in a New Year message that Kiev will not sign a weak peace agreement that only extends the conflict, emphasizing the need for a durable settlement. This stance places pressure on international mediators, including the U.S. and EU, as negotiations continue amid intense fighting. Explosion at Swiss ski resort kills and injures several. A deadly explosion and fire at a bar in a Swiss ski resort, Crans, Montana, killed multiple people and resulted in injuries. According to early reports, authorities are investigating the cause. A tragic event affecting international travelers and raising emergency response concerns in a popular holiday region. Global New Year's celebrations reflect hope and strain. Communities worldwide marked the New Year's Eve with fireworks and celebrations from Sydney and Rio de Janeiro to Seoul and Dubai, even as conflicts and economic strains persist into early 2026. These festivities highlight global resilience despite ongoing crisis. U.S. holds key talks on Ukraine war's next steps. U.S. officials alongside European counterparts held high-level discussions with Ukraine to advance peace prospects, focusing on security guarantees and deconfliction measures. The coalition of over 30 countries is expected to convene soon to build consensus. Sustained international coordination underscores the strategic effort to shape the war's trajectory in 2026. UK FTSE 100 ends strongly for 2025. Global market highlights. The UK's FTSE 100 posted its best performance since 2009 in 2025, propelled by mining, defense, and banking stocks, even as the US dollar weakened significantly. Global markets reflected geopolitical and trade pressures throughout the year. European markets rallied strongly. Sorry, I heard something. I think it was my cat. European markets rallied strongly despite global uncertainty tied to inflation, Russia-Ukraine war, and U.S. policy shifts. Iran protests escalate with fatality. Protests over economic hardship in Iran deepened, resulting in the death of Basij, parliamentary member, during clashes. While authorities describe the violence as distinct from peaceful protest, analysts warn of a potential larger crackdown amid food inflation and currency collapse. Economic grievances are feeding wider social unrest with implications for Middle East stability. Ukraine and EU officials dismiss alleged attack on Putin residence. We already went over that. Putin is blowing wind out of his ass, trying to play the victim. World rings in 2026 in pictures with conflict looming. Visuals from Reuters show fireworks and celebrations globally, but also scenes of deported migrants arriving in Central America and lingering conflict symbols near Gaza and Taiwan, illustrating the mixed global mood at the year's turn. These images capture both celebration and continuing global volatility as nations enter 2026. Taiwan remains on high alert after China's massive drills. Thailand frees 18 Cambodian soldiers under ceasefire deal. As part of a new ceasefire agreement, Thailand released 18 Cambodian soldiers detained during recent border clashes. The move aims to ease tensions after weeks of deadly skirmishes along their shared boundary. Continued diplomatic engagement in Southeast Asia helps reduce the risk of wider conflict and supports ASEAN's Asians. It's like a coalition, broader security goals. Precious metals lead 2025 commodity rally as global markets, or across global markets, it's almost 4 a.m. Precious metals, especially silver, significantly outperformed other asset classes in 2025, reflecting safe haven demand amid geopolitical risks and expectations of potential interest rate cuts next year. Strong commodity performance signals investor caution and has implications for global inflation, currency strength, and trade flows in metals and resource sectors. UAE to withdraw remaining forces from Yemen amid Saudi rift in continuing fallout from a sharp diplomatic and military dispute with Saudi Arabia. The United Arab Emirates said it will withdraw its remaining troops from Yemen, marking a pivotal shift in the long-running conflict. This withdrawal reflects deeper tensions between Gulf powers and likely reflects Yemen's battlefield dynamics and regional security calculations, with possible spillover effects on oil markets and OPEC cooperation. Sachs global bankruptcy news adds to global retail stress signals. Although partly a U.S. corporate development, its global significance lies in signaling stress in the luxury retail sector. Saks Global is reportedly preparing for bankruptcy after missing a major debt payment related to its acquisition of Neiman Marcus. Such high-profile retail distress can ripple through international supply chains, credit markets, and investor sentiment, especially for luxury goods, exports, and consumer demands. C'est la vie, dude. Good fucking riddance for those two. All right, well, that concludes today's international news report. I'm going to go now. Bye.
So the Olympics is great, and Johnny for the others, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, it's too bad. One was in 2026 and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election and now we won. So I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So Johnny, thank you for the World Cup. And everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment on my videos. And also, don't forget to check out my shop where you can get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America, fuck yeah! And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, cause MAGA's fucking cockroaches, and fuck MAGA, abolish MAGA, fuck you MAGA.
Say it any louder, then it's getting shut down.
My name's Waffles, and I'm a government whistleblower turned political commentator, and this is the last 24 hours in the news. Today is December 31st, 2025. It is 11:27 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Here are the top U.S. news highlights for the past 24 hours. Federal government audits U.S. citizens' immigration cases. The Trump administration announced an audit of immigration cases of U.S. citizens of Somali descent. To find a potential he's harassing citizens on the basis of race, like straight up, that's exactly what that is. Why is he harassing U.S. citizens? To find, excuse me. To find potential fraud that could lead to denaturalization, revoking citizenship. This rare and aggressive review has drawn strong criticism from civil rights groups who say it targets a specific community and undermines civil liberties, while Minnesota's governor labeled it a political attack. Denaturalization is historically rare, and broad audits of this sort signal an escalation in enforcement policies that civil liberties advocates warn could threaten citizenship rights. Federal lawsuit against Illinois over immigration law. In a continuing legal battle, the Trump administration filed a federal lawsuit against Illinois over a state law that allows residents to sue federal immigration agents for certain actions near courthouses, a clash over federal versus state authority. This is part of sustained litigation between states and the federal government over immigration enforcement powers. U.S. military strikes drug trafficking vessels. Controversial. Donald Trump claims he's striking drug trafficking vessels, but I'm pretty sure that these are civilian boats. He killed 3 individuals. The U.S. Coast Guard is searching for survivors. These strikes are part of an ongoing campaign by Trump to terrorize Venezuela. While conducted overseas, these military actions do have domestic legal scrutiny and political blowback, especially given loose definitions of drug trafficking vessels and unclear evidence of threats. Yeah, why not arrest them? Why just kill them? That doesn't make much sense. Like, why is killing them the first thing that Trump feels like he needs to do? If they're really trafficking drugs, shouldn't they find the drugs on the boats? Shouldn't they seize them and arrest them? Trump withdraws National Guard deployments after legal and court pushback. President Trump agreed to return control of the California National Guard to state authorities and withdrew plans to keep Guard troops in Los Angeles, Chicago, and Portland after sustained legal resistance and court rulings limiting federal deployment authority. However, Trump warned the troops could return stronger if crime resurged. This marks a rare retreat by the executive branch. Yeah, because the executive branch never frickin' deploys the military against the American people. This marks a rare retreat by the executive branch after judicial and state pushback, highlighting ongoing tensions over federal versus state authority in public safety operations. ICE launches aggressive wartime recruitment campaign. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, is launching a $100 million nationwide recruitment push, dubbed a wartime recruitment campaign, to attract gun rights supporters, military enthusiasts, and conservative-leaning applicants to expand enforcement capacity. Critics warn the militaristic framing could fuel aggressive enforcement culture and mischaracterize immigration as an existential threat. The campaign's tone and target audiences raise civil liberties and public safety questions about the future orientation of immigration enforcement. The ongoing U.S. alleged anti-drug strikes, the killing of people instead of seizing of drugs, tie into broader Operation Southern Spear, a U.S. military anti-narco operation spanning the Caribbean and Pacific that continues to influence U.S. diplomatic relations and legal debates over the scope of military authority. No, he's locking down the Gulf Coast and doing shady shit. U.S. judge blocks termination of deportation protections for TPS holders. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration's attempt to end deportation protections for thousands of migrants from Honduras, Nepal, and Nicaragua, citing legal challenges that argued the moves were racially motivated. This is one of several federal court interventions limiting executive immigration action and preserving legal protections. Trump's rhetoric on guard return raises civil liberties flags. While not a physical lewd act, Trump's public warnings that guard troops could return in stronger form if crime rises echoes aggressive executive posture towards domestic law enforcement deployments, a persistent civil liberties concern flagged by defenders of constitutional norms. Federal enforcement surge in Minnesota focused on daycare fraud claims. Federal agents have substantially increased enforcement actions in Minnesota targeting alleged fraud in daycare programs, part of a broader Trump administration push that critics say is intertwining immigration enforcement narratives with non-citizen communities, particularly Somali Americans. Real quick, today is, it's technically New Year's. The ball is going to drop. I think it's already dropped, but for where I'm at, it'll be midnight in 22 minutes. So, there are videos that are currently circulating on TikTok right now of some weird little young man who looks like he's probably not even 25 yet. He probably doesn't even have a fully developed brain. Going around with a camera, and I'm assuming it almost looks like this is something that Trump may have paid this person to do. I don't know. But they went to some facility that didn't even have words spelled correctly on the walls, which would be kind of weird for a children's school. And they went around and they're like, where are all the children? Well, first of all the children that go to school right now are currently on holiday break. So I don't know if this is the same thing. Oh, no, it's the child care. It's the next story that is associated with. But yeah, that's been debunked. Like, whoever that is, they're going around in empty facilities. Like, where are the children? Well, actual children are on break and at home. Child care funding frozen nationwide after Minnesota fraud claim. That would be, I think, the case that these guys are trying to propagandize and make false claims. So if the government is paying influencers to make false claims so that they can try to get away with this bullshit that they're trying to pull. So first of all, that's fabricating evidence. And if this administration is going to do that, then that's something that we need to be keeping an eye on and be very, very, very aware that they're likely to fabricate evidence for cases moving forward. The Department of Health and Human Services paused federal child care payments to all states, pending proof that funds are being spent legitimately after fraud allegations surfaced in Minnesota, a sweeping administrative action with nationwide consumer and labor market implications. I found those videos, and I will be adding them. I've got multiple TikTok channels. I will be adding those videos to the Waffles McGraw News Network on TikTok. I don't know if I'll change it. I'm kind of thinking like I don't want to redo my branding. I don't want to. Maybe at some point I'm dealing with a lot of things, so I can't just go change the names of stuff But yeah, Waffles McGraw News Network on TikTok, where I seek to raise the voices of other content creators and also make sure we're keeping track of the things that are going on to the best of my ability. White House signals denaturalization review of Somali Americans. The White House is publicly considering denaturalizing U.S. citizens of Somali descent. They're going after U.S. citizens. They are racially profiling American citizens and trying to strip them of their citizenship right now. That's what this is, based on alleged fraud. The fraud is in the White House. A rare and aggressive approach to citizenship rights that has sparked civil rights concerns. Trump's Africa strategy draws scrutiny for trade over human rights. New analysis highlights that the Trump administration's approach to Africa prioritizes trade deals and security cooperation while deprioritizing democratic reforms and rights advocacy, reflecting an ideological shift with diplomatic and human rights implications. DOJ pressed for retaliatory prosecution after deportation challenge. A court order revealed that the Department of Justice elevated the prosecution of Kilmar Abrego Garcia only after he legally challenged his deportation, suggesting possible retaliation against individuals who contest enforcement actions. Offshore wind project legal battle intensifies. A federal judge has paused a push by Dominion Energy to restart offshore wind projects that were halted under Trump administration security concerns. The judge is now seeking access to classified evidence in the case, a rare sweep showing courts pushing back on executive discretion in energy and infrastructure. DOJ reviewing 5.2 million documents in the Epstein files. The Department of Justice is reviewing over 5.2 million pages of documents relating to Jeffrey Epstein's networks, a process that has evidently extended well past initial deadlines and is now drawing sharp bipartisan congressional criticism and calls for accelerated transparency. Federal judge blocks termination of TPS for tens of thousands. A U.S. federal judge blocked the Trump administration's attempt to terminate temporary protected status for roughly 89,000 Hondurans, Nepalese, and Nicaraguans, calling out potentially discriminatory intent and marking a major legal setback for immigration policy changes. Federal court blocks effort to curtail labor mediation agency. A judge ruled that the administration cannot restrict the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service's ability to operate in labor disputes, safeguarding an agency deeply involved in labor negotiations across essential services, a ruling that protects broader worker protections. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement revealed a controversial $100 million recruitment campaign framed in martial language, targeting gun shows, military bases, and conservative platforms to boost deportation officer staffing, a move that has drawn civil liberties and policing culture concerns. Supreme Court limits National Guard deployments in a significant legal defeat for the administration. The U.S. Supreme Court in Illinois versus Trump refused to stay a lower court order that bars the federal government from deploying National Guard troops within Illinois. The court noted the government failed to identify the legal authority to use the military to execute the laws in this manner. California wins guard dispute following the SCOTUS ruling. The administration has withdrawn its legal effort to block an order ending the federalization of the California National Guard. Command of these troops will return to Governor Gavin Newsom for the first time since June. HHS freezes state payments. The Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, has frozen all child care payments to the state of Minnesota, citing unverified allegations of fraud within Somali communities. We already went over that with the weird shit with the guy, like, going into empty buildings and trying to make it look like something is happening that's not happening. Military and police mobilization update. While the Supreme Court has checked recent efforts to federalize the Guard, throughout 2025, the administration has utilized National Guard troops in cities like Washington, D.C., Chicago, and Portland under a national crime emergency declaration. Threats to political critics. President Trump continues to use social media and public addresses to threaten political critics with retaliatory tariffs and legal scrutiny. There are ongoing reports of the administration using federal agencies such as the EEOC to pivot focus towards investigating discrimination against white men, moving away from traditional civil rights enforcement. One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Major provisions of this signature tax and spending package are set to take effect on January 1st, 2026. Healthcare risk. The CBO projects 2.2 million Americans will lose coverage due to the end of the ACA subsidies. Food assistance. New work requirements for SNAP and food stamps begin tomorrow. SNAP or food stamps is the same thing. They begin tomorrow, requiring able-bodied adults 18 to 64 to work 80 hours a month. The administration recently terminated union contracts for TSA workers and Bureau of Prisons employees, affecting over 1 million federal workers' collective bargaining rights. External Revenue Service. Although the president promised the creation of an External Revenue Service to replace the IRS. You know why he wants to mess with the IRS? The reason, and I'm just speculating based on what I see, I mean, it certainly appears to me as a whistleblower that was working at the Department of Labor during the pandemic, witnessing the things that I am witnessing now from this administration. I think, I mean, listen, okay, I wrote a whole book, all right? What Trump has been doing has absolutely destroyed my life because I'm the target demographic. I'm a woman that was working in the trades. And, you know, surrounded by a bunch of conservative men. So I was just like, you know, targeted. And I'm living with a chauvinist that hates women and has been also doing a lot of medical harm to me on an ongoing basis. I'm in a domestic violence situation. So I've got a lot going on, and it has ruined my life. But I have not been able to get the government assistance that I need and qualify for to try and escape this situation. And the situation financially that this administration has caused for me in the middle of all of the things that I am dealing with right now has completely destroyed me financially. And I have no idea how the fuck I'm going to pay taxes when somebody is pinching money off of my government accounts and destroying my credit. I mean, if I had a regular full-time job right now and I needed to pay taxes, I wouldn't, because they would steal money off of my tax return because somebody pinched money off of my unemployment account. And I'm pretty sure that's what Doge is trying to cover up. I'm pretty sure that's a big chunk of the reason why Doge exists, is to try and hide the fraud that took place at our federal agencies. And I think that Trump and co-conspirators stole about $2 to $3 trillion from our federal agencies during the pandemic while Biden was in office, because Trump still had insiders all over the place. And there was a lot of signs of, like, weird shit going on the end. Like I've seen evidence of possible computer hacking. I think they've been engaging in wire fraud. So, of course, they want to get rid of the IRS because people like me I'm not even capable of paying taxes. They don't want their fraud spree to be discovered. The USDA announced $12 billion in farmer bridge assistance payments to be distributed in early 2000. He is suing HHS after the administration abruptly cut $12 million in grants. The AAP alleges this was retaliation for the organization's advocacy for evidence-based vaccine policy and its criticism of the administration's health policies. Yeah, the Trump administration's freaking health policies is to put a heroin addict in charge of everything and let him do whatever he wants. The man can't even sit still. He's all rattling and shit. Can't even understand the words coming out of his mouth. President Trump confirmed the U.S. hit a coastal drug loading facility. He has authorized the CIA for covert operations in the region and suggested land strikes may be imminent as tensions escalate. And let's not forget that strike has not been confirmed. Could just be a made-up story. The UAE has announced an end to its military presence in Yemen following a breakdown in the Saudi-led coalition and the cancellation of a defense pact by Yemen's leadership. Retaliatory rhetoric. In recent statements, the president referred to political opponents and critics of his trade policy as lowlifes. Why? Because we won't let you just rob the fuck out of everybody? He just thinks that he can just call people names and that's like the solution to his problems. But no, we see what you're doing. He has suggested that newly formed External Revenue Service would be used specifically to punish political critics. Please. Yeah, take me to the External Revenue Service, because there's no way in fuck I can file my taxes after Trump and his buddies looting our federal agencies during the pandemic and up to present day. So the External Revenue Service, which will be here to make up for the fact that the IRS has just been completely destroyed due to Trump and Elon and all of them money laundering to an extent that it has really screwed up the tax system. This would be used specifically to punish political critics. That's in quotation marks via targeted levies. Oh, well, I don't want the levies. Let's just not pay taxes anymore. I mean, I think that's better than the IRS or the External Revenue Service. The DHS has moved to cancel the lawful status of approximately 2.5 million immigrants under TPS and humanitarian parole. In the administrative rush, the DHS reportedly sent leave the country notices to U.S. citizen attorneys by mistake. Nationwide child care funding freeze. In a move that escalated rapidly overnight, the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, has expanded a localized funding freeze in Minnesota to all 50 states. An administration official confirmed that federal child care payments will remain frozen until states prove the money is being spent legitimately. Well, if he's going to continue to collect taxes, then all of that money needs to be accounted for. I think part of what's going on here is that they're pinching money off of all of these instances where they are fully accounted for. As a result of the defunding of these agencies, there needs to be a criminal investigation into money laundering. An investigation of this administration and an investigation of Trump. I think that if any money that is supposed to be going to these agencies, since the administration is continuing to charge us taxes, that money needs to be allocated for. And if we find if there are any inconsistencies found, that in the windows of time while he's challenging these things in the court, that money has been going missing, there needs to be a criminal investigation. This is expected to cause immediate operational crisis for thousands of daycare providers who rely on federal subsidies to remain affordable for low-income families. Now, tell me how it is that this administration is helping the economy again by making people lose their jobs and forcing places into closure. Mass reversal on sanctuary city military deployments following a landmark Supreme Court ruling. Trump versus Illinois. The administration has abruptly retreated from its efforts to occupy the United States using the United States military to keep federalized National Guard troops in Democratic-led cities. Troops are being pulled back from Los Angeles, Chicago, and Portland. Control of the California National Guard officially reverted to Governor Gavin Newsom today after a 6-month federalization period. IRS weaponization and tax watch list threats. Yeah, I am one of the victims that has tax problems. I'm one of the victims of Donald Trump's fraud and co-conspiring, and it has caused me tax problems. I don't want to be unfairly put on this watch list, because the reason why I have all these problems is because of the Donald Trump engaging in conspiracy towards the United States and calling Congress and telling them to defund our agencies so he could put on a show and get away with wire fraud. The administration has reportedly ordered the IRS and DOJ to open viewpoint discrimination investigations into elite universities. Okay, I'm not a university. Specifically, Columbia University was briefly placed on a federal watch list with threats to revoke its tax-exempt status over pro-Palestinian activism on campus. A federal judge has issued a temporary injunction to block immediate punitive action. unilateral removal of spyware sanctions. All right, so Donald Trump has just removed protections from the American people to protect us from spyware. So now, in other words, they are now going to unleash spyware on all of us. So you better work on your technical support skills and know how to troubleshoot your computer. In a quiet update to the U.S. Treasury website, the administration lifted sanctions on 3 executives tied to the Intellexa spy software consortium. These sanctions were originally imposed due to software's use in targeting U.S. government officials and journalists. Okay, he's going to use the spyware on American journalists and government officials, just so you guys know. The reversal has written at the computer. Practice good security even if you work from home. Sudden offshore wind national security pause. The administration has halted all construction on major offshore wind projects. More jobs being lost and free energy being lost. The administration has halted construction on major offshore wind projects along the East Coast. The stated reason is a new national security assessment. Everything's national security, okay? The man is afraid of kitchen cabinets, apparently. He's got to put tariffs on kitchen cabinets because they're a national security threat. I can't imagine. He must be like OCD and jumping around when he's all by himself, scared of fucking everything. If it's all a national security threat. Donald Trump is claiming that the wind turbines that are supposed to be generating energy that need to be installed and all these people that have to go and work and do this job is a national security. Dismantle clean energy infrastructure. With Trump in office, always listen to the critics. Audit of naturalized Somali Americans. We already went over that like 3 times now. They're trying to racially profile United States citizens and subject them to abuses. Jack Smith's final warning deposition on the last day of 2025. House Republicans released a 225-page redacted transcript of Special Counsel Jack Smith's closed-door deposition. In his testimony, Smith warned that the administration has sought revenge against career FBI agents and prosecutors. He maintained that his evidence of the president's past actions was beyond a reasonable doubt, despite the administration's efforts to characterize the probes as political. Rollback of hepatitis B vaccine schedule. The CDC, under the direction of the current administration, has officially rolled back recommendations for the universal hepatitis B vaccine schedule for children. Public health experts, led by the American Academy of Pediatrics, have filed a lawsuit arguing this change violates the Administrative Procedure Act and will leave millions of children vulnerable to preventable liver disease. Trump administration behavior, retaliatory threat. In a year-end social media post, the president accused Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior for advising military members to refuse illegal orders, claiming such actions are punishable by death. I don't know if that's recent or not. I'm not going to look it up because that happened a while ago, but he has gone after that one more than once. International shock strike. On Christmas Day, the U.S. launched a deadly strike in Nigeria against what people are now saying was likely the wrong target. The administration framed this as a defense of slaughtered Christians that cannot be accounted for. Nobody knows where they are, or who they are, or if they ever even existed. A narrative that Nigerian officials have pushed back against as inflammatory and oversimplified. This concludes today's U.S. News Report. I'm going to go now. Bye.
So the Olympics is great, and Johnny for the others, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, it's too bad One was in 2026 and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup, and everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment on my videos. And also, don't forget to check out my shop where you could get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America, fuck yeah! And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, cause MAGA's fucking cockroaches, and fuck MAGA, abolish MAGA, fuck you MAGA.
My name is Waffles, and I'm a government whistleblower turned political commentator, and here are the top economic news highlights for the past 24 hours. Trump delays new tariff increases on furniture and cabinets. President Donald Trump signed a proclamation delaying planned tariff hikes on upholstered furniture, kitchen cabinets, and vanities for one more year, pushing the increase out of 2026. This is a material shift in U.S. tariff timing that affects import costs, especially for consumers and manufacturers reliant on these goods. Temporary relief for importers and supply chains that had prepared for higher duties, but continued tariff uncertainty remains a medium-term headwind for trade planning. I would say it's high risk. Ain't no medium about that shit. Wall Street closes final 2025 session with broad annual changes. U.S. major stock indexes ended the year slightly lower in the final trading session. Market sentiment this year was driven by AI optimism and tariff-related volatility. Despite macro policy uncertainty, including tariffs, interest rate debates, and global risks, U.S. equities finished. Sovereign wealth funds redirect investment to the U.S. A global report shows U.S. markets attracted roughly half of all state-owned investment flows, with sovereign wealth and public pension funds investing about $132 billion into U.S. assets, as emerging markets saw a 28% drop in similar flows. A sovereign wealth fund is owned by the general government, which includes both central government and subnational governments. Strong foreign inflows, and there was nothing strong about foreign inflows into U.S. assets. But strong foreign inflows into U.S. assets can bolster the dollar and financial markets, but they also reflect a perceived stability and growth relative to other regions, even amid tariff tensions. USDA unveils a $12 billion farm aid package with mixed crop support. The U.S. Department of Agriculture announced a new $12 billion assistance program for farmers that they screwed over with the tariffs, with higher per-acre payments for rice, cotton, and oats, but lower rates for soybeans, corn, and wheat. Soy growers, a sector deeply linked to export markets like China, warn the support is insufficient. Agricultural exporters are a major U.S. trade component. Tailored aid signals targeted support for export-sensitive sectors affected by price volatility and trade disruptions. And so Trump's essentially just going to run the soybean farmers straight into the ground and when they were literally doing nothing and unexpectedly attacked. U.S. crude inventories fall while fuel stocks rise. According to the EIA weekly report, U.S. crude oil inventories declined by 1.9 million barrels, surpassing forecasts, while gasoline and distillates influence energy prices and trade balances. Lower imports and strong refining activity can help domestic output, but may signal weaker overall demand. Still fighting this cold. Jobless claims slide to monthly low. Weekly U.S. jobless claims fell to 199,000, marking a seasonal low. That's not the number I've been getting. The number I've been getting is like 214,000. That is inaccurate information, because if it was 214,000, then how did it in one day drop by 24,000? This is according to Reuters. The title of the article is U.S. Jobless Claims Slide to Cap a I'm like clicking on the link and it loads to cap a bumpy year for job market. So Reuters is the one that's making these false claims on the jobless claims. Macro meaning a cooling but stable labor market with claims it's not stable. With claims at low levels impacts consumer spending capacity, which in turn influences imports and domestic economic demand. Record use of the Fed's standing repo facility at year-end. The Federal Reserve's standing repo facility saw record borrowing of $74 billion as financial firms manage year-end liquidity pressures. Concurrently, reverse repo use hit the highest point since August, reflecting seasonal funding market strains. Year-end funding behavior affects credit conditions, treasury yields, and short-term liquidity, all of which feed into economic activity and trade financing. Drug makers announced broad U.S. price increases. Major pharmaceutical companies plan to raise prices on at least 350 branded medications, including COVID-19 vaccines, despite vocal pressure from the Trump administration to moderate drug costs. Higher drug prices affect inflation measures and household budgets, potentially dampening consumer demand and indirectly influencing trade-related consumption. Saks Global prepares for bankruptcy. Retailer Saks Global is reportedly preparing a bankruptcy filing after missing a debt payment, a notable development in the consumer and retail sectors. Sorry, I don't know what just happened there. My stuff like bugged out. Corporate distress in major retail reflects pressure on consumer spending and credit conditions, which have downstream effects on sector demand, including imports. U.S.-India trade tensions. Ongoing tensions in U.S.-India trade and diplomatic relations remain a backdrop to current economic reporting. Even though there's no single overnight headline, this issue is cited as a structural risk affecting medium-term trade expectations. Frictions with major economies like India, often centered on tariffs, regulatory barriers, and strategic autonomy, can shape export opportunities and global supply chains. Treasury yields tick higher on labor data following the unexpected drop in jobless claims. U.S. Treasury yields rose, showing financial markets are interpreting the labor data as slightly stronger than feared heading into 2026. This movement influences capital costs, currency strength, and investment flows that feed back into trade financing and consumer credit conditions. This is according to the Economic Times. Which also says it's at 1.9 Higher yields typically strengthen the dollar and can raise imported goods costs, a direct factor in inflation and import pricing. U.S. stocks reflect year-end liquidity trends against economic data in thin in early 2026 data flow. Markets have been on track for annual gains, but the year-end drift lower underscores investor sensitivity to trade, labor, and growth uncertainties. Equity performance can shape business investment and consumer confidence, which indirectly impact trade activity and domestic economic momentum. Retail and wholesale trade is scheduled for imminent data release. Official release calendars from U.S. Census Bureau show that critical international trade data, goods and services, and retail/wholesale inventories are scheduled for publication in early January 8th and later. I think this is the main thing that they are trying to hide in the economic data. I expect Trump to lose his mind. Many trade indicators have been delayed due to the extended 2025 government funding lapses. The government shutdown, the Trump shutdown. Upcoming data will be the first substantive trade flow indicators in weeks, offering clear evidence of export and import patterns, inventories, and deficit dynamics that have been obscured by reporting gaps. It's going to be bad. And I expect Trump's probably going to lose his mind and maybe do some shady shit. There's going to be some crazy shit going on when they release that report around January 8th. Import and export price indexes show limited movement. Recent reports from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicate that import prices were essentially unchanged in September, and export prices saw only modest increases. While not headline fresh, this detail confirmed in official indexes linked from BLS sources highlights that tariff pass-through to consumers' prices has been muted so far, suggesting firms may be absorbing costs or adjusting supply chains rather than immediately marking up prices. Stable import prices amid elevated tariffs signal lagging cost pass-through and evolving trade pricing dynamics that could influence inflation, domestic production decisions, and consumer spending behavior in the upcoming months. The U.S. Census Bureau's Advanced Economic Indicators report, including international trade goods and retail wholesale inventories, is scheduled early in January, which will cause Donald Trump to lose his goddamn motherfucking mind, and some crazy ass shit is probably going to happen to try and distract us from what's going on in this report. This will provide a real-time snapshot. It's not real-time. This report should have been, if I'm thinking about the right report here, this should have been provided to the public all the way back in October. It's been delayed for October, November, December, January, 3 months. Labor market trends versus trade. The combination of falling jobless claims and payroll softness along with policy uncertainty in tariffs and immigration continues to paint a labor market that's mixed, not collapsing, but not robust, a key demand for driver for future trade volumes. UK-US beef quota activated. A new reciprocal trade arrangement officially went into effect today. The United States has opened a 13,000 metric ton quota for high-quality British beef, while the UK has removed its 25% retaliatory tariffs on American steel and aluminum and granted the U.S. a 1.4 billion liter duty-free quota for ethanol. Strawberry anti-dumping petition on December 31st, a coalition of domestic producers and the Florida Department of Agriculture filed a major petition with the Department of Commerce seeking anti-dumping duties on fresh winter strawberries from Mexico. The petition alleges unfairly low-priced imports are injuring the regional industry. Status of External Revenue Service. This is Donald Trump's new department that he's using to try and attack people. Despite campaign promises to replace the IRS with an External Revenue Service funded by tariffs, officials report a year-end confirm the agency has not yet been established, and I hope it fucking never is, because he's using it to attack political opponents or whatever the fuck. He's using it to attack people. And the U.S. stock market moved at the end of the year. I'm tired of this record highs shit that I keep hearing on like damn near every fucking economic report, so I'm just not even going to get into that. Trade deficit contraction data released in... Okay, so this is a bad economic indicator, okay? We don't want the trade deficit going down right now because we are not an export-driven economy. We need the infrastructure to manufacture to be an export-driven economy. Our economy has been, for a long time now, been relying on imports. And there's reasons for that. Because certain things are not so easily produced in the United States, like lithium or bananas. So the trade deficit dropping is damage being done to the economy. It sounds like a good thing, but it's not, because it means that money is not flowing. The trade deficit dropped nearly 24%. There's your major economic indicator that Trump is going to try and hide when we get our imports information in this upcoming report in January. This is what he's trying to hide. This is what he doesn't want people understanding right here. The trade deficit is based on imports. And so if we want to hound him on the economy, focusing on what's going on with imports would probably be a good idea. Fed leadership transition in year-end briefings. Analysts note that President Trump is finalizing his nominee for Federal Reserve Chair to replace Jerome Powell so that he can proceed to get away with fraud. The Federal Reserve and FDIC announced new 2026 asset size thresholds for the Community Reinvestment Act. Effective today, a small bank is defined as an institution with assets less than $1.649 billion, adjusted for the 2.51% increase in inflation. Seditious behavior accusations. Donald Trump is insulting our politicians again, trying to get them shot. And then we got extended travel bans, so that involves the economy, people not moving around, money not moving, people not moving. Tourism industry is suffering. Federal suspension of university funding over DEI, the Justice Department, the Department of Justice, and the State Department have officially initiated a suspension of certain federal programs and diplomacy lab partnerships for 38 identified universities effective today. DOJ rescinds disparate impact civil rights rules because Donald Trump is defrauding Americans right now and they don't want to get caught or have to pay for the damages. Implementation of New York, the state. New York LLC Transparency Act. While federal efforts have focused on deregulation, New York State's LLC Transparency Act, okay, it's the state, officially became effective today. For the first time, foreign limited liability companies qualified to do business in New York must file information regarding their beneficial owners. So they weren't required to do that before? This sounds like it should be federal law. Yesterday, I just went on a tangent about the perversion, the outside money coming into our elections, okay? And I also expressed very clearly how when foreign nations are attempting to interfere with United States elections, they are using vehicles, and LLC being the perfect example of that. So then why the fuck are these people not being identified? Why are we just now doing this? Because if corporations are allowed to donate to political campaigns, which is the result of the Citizens United decision, and it is what has caused the United States to crumble, and needs to be fixed, we should not have corporations investing into political campaigns at all, period. It should be a matter up to the people doing to weed out foreign adversaries trying to purchase their way into politics. I'm just blown away to find out that this is not something that was going on before. And this concludes today's economic report. I'm going to go now. Bye.
So the Olympics is great. And Johnny, for the others. You know, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, you know, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. You know, I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, you know, it's too bad. One was in 2026, president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup. And everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment to my videos. And also, don't forget to check out my shop where you could get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America, fuck yeah! And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, because MAGA's fucking cockroaches. And fuck MAGA, abolish MAGA, fuck you MAGA.
My name's Waffles, and I'm a government whistleblower turned political commentator, and here are the top international news highlights for the past 24 hours. Today is December 31st, 2025. It is 2:01 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Here are the top international news highlights. FOMC Minutes Anxiety, the 7 p.m. December 30th release of the FOMC minutes indicated a growing rift among Federal Reserve governors regarding interest rate policy for 2026. The minutes highlighted concerns over inflationary floor risks created by new tariff structures, leading to a late-day slide in Treasury-sensitive stocks. Yeah, Trump is now threatening Jerome Powell for trying to protect the economy from Donald Trump. Trump escalated his public confrontation, calling Powell a traitor to the dollar. In an early morning social media post, this contributed to a 1% dip in tech stocks. Whee! Silver market crash after hitting record highs. Silver plummeted nearly 9% to $73 an ounce overnight. This followed an Elon Musk post, market manipulation. This is what Elon does. He goes and says things online to manipulate the markets and gets what he wants. This followed an Elon Musk post criticizing high silver prices as industrial sabotage and a decision by the CME to hike margin requirements to cool excessive speculation. Home prices cooling data released at 2 p.m. yesterday, December 30th, showed the S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index fell 0.3%. Month over month, a sharper decline than the 1% expected. This suggests that high mortgage rates and economic uncertainty are finally stalling the multi-year housing boom. Holiday spending milestone, the Red Book Index, December 30th, reported a 7.6% year-over-year increase in retail sales for the week ending on December 27th. While total holiday spending crossed the $1 trillion mark for the first time, analysts warn that much of the growth is driven by higher prices, inflation, rather than volume. Manufacturing contraction, the Chicago PMI, December 30th, came in at 43.5, while better than the previous 36.3. Any reading below 50 indicates contraction, marking over a year of shrinking manufacturing activity in the Midwest. Yeah, Donald Trump was like publicly gloating about crashing well, not publicly. He was recorded though.
Donald Trump was recorded in a private place having a conversation with his co-conspirators, to include, I'm pretty sure J.D. Vance was there. He was making statements about crashing the auto industry prior to the election, and then he went back to that state and told them that he was going to bring the auto industry back. The wood wall, a new executive proclamation, moved 150 categories of wood products, cabinets, flooring, vanities, etc. under Section 232 national security tariffs. This transition increases duties significantly on imports from the EU and Japan. DOGE contract purge. The Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, issued its final report for 2025, confirming the cancellation of 55 federal contracts worth $863 million in the last 5 days. The administration labeled these contracts as taxpayer-funded propaganda. H-1B entry fee enforcement. The new $100,000 per petition fee for H-1B visas is now active. Business groups reported overnight that several mid-sized tech firms have already withdrawn hundreds of applications, citing the cost as prohibitive. Winter fuel crisis. Federal transport regulators extended emergency waivers for heating fuel truckers to January 15th due to severe winter storms. Propane supply chains in the Northeast remain at critical levels. New Orleans Title 32 patrols. 350 National Guard troops began patrolling Bourbon Street yesterday, while officially for New Year's Eve security, the deployment of combat uniformed troops in a domestic tourism hub has drawn sharp criticism from civil rights groups. CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, defunding blocked. A federal judge issued an emergency order blocking the administration's attempt to withhold funding from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The judge ruled the attempt was a pretext to dismantle the agencies without a vote for Congress. Fed independence lawsuit. The Supreme Court is now fast-tracking a case regarding the president's power to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook. The administration is arguing for a unitary executive theory that would give the president direct control over the central bank. The DEI fraud doctrine. The Department of Justice has formally embraced a new legal theory that could trigger massive financial clawbacks. Yeah. No, you see, it's 2025. The industrial age is over. Okay? We can still produce things. We still need things to be produced. But educational standards have increased. You see, the country is only 250 years old, and when people started coming over here on boats, those people were like Neanderthals, all right? Society had to develop. Now we have light bulbs and computers. Okay? It's inexcusable. There's data that shows that DEI improves business success outcomes. So by declaring DEI to be fraud, Donald Trump is essentially saying that businesses should destroy themselves, in my opinion. I mean, that's how I perceive it. That is the most retarded, ridiculous fucking shit. I have an education. I'm not stupid. Okay? Fraud against the government, if you're hiring DEI, I think if you want to succeed in business, you should be hiring DEI and not be a shitty leader. This whole iron fist, treat your employees like crap, that is shitty leadership. That does not make money. When your employees are pissed off, what they're going to do is they're going to trash the assets inside of the business, cost you more money, do a shitty ass fucking job. When you treat employees well, they do a good job. And when you have a variety of different perspectives in the workplace, DEI, problems get solved a lot faster and more efficiently. The threat. DOJ claims this entitles the government to recoup millions in past contract payments. The enforcement. The EEOC is reportedly using web archive searches to target companies that have recently scrubbed DEI language from their sites, aiming to prove discriminatory intent prior to the scrub.
I'm so confused. Gold Card Visa Gifts launch. A new executive order has established the Gold Card program. Russians are going to move into the United States and they're going to buy the homes that nobody can afford. Applicants can now receive expedited immigrant visas so they can quickly buy your house when you default on your mortgage. This money is considered a gift to the Department of Commerce. The gift is set at $1 million for individuals and $2 million for corporations donating on behalf of an employee. This bypasses traditional merit or family-based queues in favor of direct federal revenue generation. It's a gift. I mean, selling citizenship to me seems like straight up giving away our fucking sovereignty as a nation. China's silver export licensing panic. With the January 1st, 2026 deadline only hours away, global markets are bracing for China's new silver export restrictions. The bottleneck: only large state-sanctioned firms with over $30 million in credit lines will be allowed to export silver. The impact, since China controls roughly 65% of global silver supply, industrial users in the U.S., solar EVs, and 5G are reporting physical delivery anxiety. This explains the extreme volatility in silver prices, which has doubled in 2025, but saw a massive profit booking crash in the last 24 hours. Federal hiring attrition data. Newly released year-end data from the Office of Personnel Management reveals the stark impact of the 2025 federal hiring freeze. Monthly federal hiring fell from 23,000 to just 7,385, a 70% decrease. So 70% decrease. The result: by the end of the day, the federal workforce will have shrunk by approximately 317,000 employees, a 9% reduction in 1 year. This is the largest workforce decline since the post-Korean War demobilization. He is defunding our agencies and removing staff because they're stealing tax money. They are stealing significant sums of money. Donald Trump and his partners have money laundered literally over $1 trillion already. And it needs to be put to an immediate fucking stop. Banking small business threshold hike. In a joint move yesterday, the Federal Reserve and FDIC updated the Community Reinvestment Act, CRA, asset size thresholds for 2026. Due to inflationary adjustments, a small bank is now defined as any institution with assets under $1.649 billion. This reclassification reduces the regulatory and reporting burden on hundreds of mid-sized banks. A move the administration claims will free up credit for local businesses, but critics argue reduces oversight on community lending. Let's always listen to the critics. UAE withdraws forces from Yemen amid Saudi rift. The United Arab Emirates says it will pull its remaining military forces out of Yemen voluntarily following escalation tensions with Saudi Arabia after a Saudi-led coalition airstrike on a port in Mukalla. The conflict represents a significant rift between two longtime Gulf partners, underlining shifting geopolitics among major Middle East powers. This withdrawal could further destabilize Yemen's already fragile security landscape and complicate regional alignments involving Iran, Saudi Arabia, and U.S. allies. Taiwan on high alert after China's massive drills. Taiwan remains on heightened military alert after China staged extensive drills, including rockets, warships, and aircraft near the island. Chinese forces have since pulled back, but Taiwan's Coast Guard and emergency centers continue monitoring activities. This escalation underscores persistent tensions in the Taiwan Strait and heightens concerns among U.S. and allied nations about potential flashpoints in Indo-Pacific security. Iran warns of harsh response to potential attack. Iran's president declared that any aggression against the country would be met with a harsh and discouraging response, a statement widely seen as a direct reaction to recent U.S. warnings about military action if Tehran resumes nuclear weapons-related activities. Reports also detail economic unrest, currency collapse, and protests in Iran. This diplomatic military standoff remains a key source of instability between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Ongoing violence and clashes in Syria reported clashes between al-White communities and communities and counter demonstrators in Syria's Latakia region have left at least 4 people dead and dozens injured, according to international news roundups. This reflects the continuing volatility in post-conflict Syria and deep social fractures. Syria remains a major flashpoint involving regional powers, Russia, Iran, and Turkey, for example, with ongoing humanitarian and security implications. European travel and infrastructure disruptions. In Europe, leaders from European and Canadian states continued discussions on U.S.-led peace efforts over the Russia-Ukraine war, while Eurostar's Channel Tunnel service experienced disruptions affecting rail and vehicle transport between France and the UK ahead of the New Year travel surge. Broader Middle East tensions and U.S. foreign policy, while not strictly new in the last 24 hours, recent international reporting highlights ongoing concern over U.S. policy statements about Iran's weapons programs and possible future escalation in the region, a narrative that remains central in Middle East diplomacy and global security coverage. Additional confirmation points and signals. International news aggregators show continued coverage of Chinese military drills around Taiwan and regional consultations on peace efforts for Ukraine, reflecting major geopolitical fault lines in the Asia-Pacific and Europe today. Other sources reaffirm the UAE-Saudi tensions in Yemen as a major development in Gulf geopolitics. Russia deploys nuclear-capable missiles to Belarus. Russia announced it has moved its new intermediate-range Orshnik missiles to Belarus, a deployment likely to sharply escalate tensions with NATO and neighboring countries. The missiles could significantly shorten strike times on parts of Europe and potentially U.S. targets. Taiwan maintains high alert after Chinese military drills. Taiwanese authorities say Chinese warships have pulled back after large drills near the island, but Taipei remains on heightened alert as tensions in the Taiwan Strait continue to pose a risk of escalation. 4 injured in a Russian attack on Odessa, Ukraine says. Ukraine reported that 4 people, including children, were injured in a Russian attack on the port city of Odessa, underscoring ongoing hostilities affecting civilians even as diplomatic discussions continue. Philippines, they just met, okay? Trump met with Putin, and then Trump met with Zelensky, and Trump called Putin before meeting with Zelensky, and then Trump was on the phone with Putin and then met with Netanyahu, and now Putin is still attacking. He's not letting up. He's still attacking Ukraine. Nothing has changed. Ongoing hostilities, no improvements. Philippines challenges Chinese vessel in territorial waters. The Philippines launched a diplomatic challenge after a Chinese vessel was spotted near its northern waters, reflecting continued maritime dispute tensions in the China Sea region, the South China Sea. Honduras presidential runner-up disputes election results. Thank God, please. So Donald Trump engaged in a coup in Honduras. And Trump's candidate is currently in charge. He just won the presidential election. So, Honduras presidential runner-up disputes election results. Please save your country from the Nazis. In Central America, the runner-up in Honduras' presidential election moved to legally challenge the vote outcome, signaling potential political instability and contested transitions of power. Get it, dude, get it. Alright, well, this concludes today's international news report. I'm gonna go now. Bye.
So the Olympics is great, and Johnny, for the others, you know, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, you know, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. You know, I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, you know, it's too bad. One was in 2026, and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup, and everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment to my videos. And also, don't forget to check out my shop where you could get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America, fuck yeah! And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, cause MAGA's fucking cockroaches. And fuck MAGA, abolish MAGA, fuck you MAGA.
Say it any louder, then it's getting shut down.
My name is Waffles, and I'm a government whistleblower turned political commentator, and this is the last 24 hours in the news. Today is December 30th, 2025. It is 5:39 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Here are the top U.S. news highlights for the past 24 hours. Federal legal action against Illinois state law. The Trump administration has filed a federal lawsuit against Illinois over a state law that allows residents to sue federal immigration agents under certain conditions, e.g. arrests near courthouses. Failure to identify. The DOJ claims the law violates the Constitution's Supremacy Clause and undermines federal authority. Federal judge blocks termination of South Sudanese TPS protections to rulings. A U.S. district judge issued an emergency injunction blocking the planned termination of temporary protected status, TPS, for South Sudanese nationals, which was scheduled to expire in early January. The move prevents deportations while legality is litigated. DOJ legal challenge on immigration-related tuition and benefits. Separately today, the Justice Department announced a new complaint challenging Virginia state laws that provide in-state tuition and assistance to undocumented immigrants, asserting unconstitutional discrimination against U.S. citizens. Appeals Court revives free speech legal challenge. The 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals revived a First Amendment lawsuit against a Missouri school's anti-racism training, finding the claim of compelled speech credible enough to proceed. Legal challenges against the Trump administration ongoing. Just Securities litigation tracker shows hundreds of active legal challenges against Trump administration actions, blocked, temporarily blocked, or pending appeals, including executive orders, agency policies, and immigration measures. Broader extremism policy concerns from civil liberties. Well, the civil liberties issue. A prominent legal analysis warns that designating Antifa-linked groups as foreign terrorists, which is completely untrue, could be used to justify expanded surveillance and counterterrorism powers against domestic critics and activists, raising civil liberties concerns. On public health grounds, reviving a controversial rule from the early pandemic period, critics warn this could dangerously expand executive power in immigration enforcement. Trump has threatened legal action against federal officials in separate political legal news. President Trump has threatened to sue Federal Reserve Chair Powell and said he will announce a replacement next month, a significant escalation in political pressure on independent institutions. The president is not supposed to have the ability to fire at will the heads of independent agencies. The Federal Reserve is an independent agency. These agencies are to serve as checks and balances. You see, there's supposed to be a complex system of law where people doing things like fraud will get arrested. And that's what our independent agencies do. They enforce the law. They are a part of the court system. Other than that, the Federal Reserve Chair Powell is one of the few people holding our economy together right now. And what I see when I look at the other people who are, endorsing the removal of Powell, they're like, yeah, money, yeah, just spend your money. And if you've been watching, then you would know that I have, repeatedly been warning people that they're trying to bleed you dry. They want to instill false consumer confidence by getting people very confused because they're looting the economy and they're racketeering and they're money laundering. And they want you to spend every damn dime you have because the policies that they're implementing are not good for the economy. They're not good for the stability of the nation. They're not good for national security. Donald Trump just announced new tariffs on cabinetries, kitchen cabinets. So we have IEEPA, which is the Emergency Economic Powers Act. And now he's using Section 232, I believe. Because the court said he can't use IEEPA. And the thing is here, he's being very obvious about what he's doing. We're getting looted. He's illegally implementing a tax on the American people. So Section 232 refers to a part of the 1962 Trade Expansion Act allowing the U.S. president to impose tariffs or trade restrictions on imports if they are found to threaten national security. I would like a very clear explanation from this administration how and why it is that kitchen cabinets are a threat to national security, because I'm pretty sure that in kitchen cabinets you put dishes, boxes of food, spices, and it helps keeps your home tidy and prevents injury in the house from having items fall over. It keeps things contained. It maintains hygiene by keeping things where they belong. So then I see that there are all kinds of benefits that people get from kitchen cabinets. And I would like to know why it is that the president has deemed that kitchen cabinets are a threat to national security. Because if he is using Section 232 to implement tariffs on kitchen cabinets. In using that piece of legislation, the president is thereby declaring that kitchen cabinets are a threat to national security. I want this administration to start explaining to the public the things that they are doing. Breaking it down into detail and not denying the facts. But they're money laundering, and they're racketeering, and they are defrauding the United States of America, and that's why they're not willing to provide a legitimate explanation for the things that they are doing and feel like they need to manipulate the media, and if they feel like they need to hide what they're doing so none of us knows what's going on while they tell us some ridiculous story trying to get Americans confused about numbers like the GDP and import and export volumes. If they think that we're too fucking stupid in 2025 to understand what these things are, and think that they're just gonna sit on TV and be like, yeah, spend all your money. I don't think they're acting in the interest of the nation. This is an illegitimate thing that the president is trying to do with this tariff under Section 232. And he needs to be halted from taking these kinds of actions because it is very, very apparent that he is obviously and purposefully violating the law to have his way. So, why are we letting this drag out? Something needs to be done. I don't know what can be done, but I'm really irritated watching this ridiculous fucking clown show where this motherfucker's literally laughing in our faces while he robs us blind. No, it is very obvious that the president knows what he's doing when he is robbing the fuck out of us, laughing in our faces and breaking the law. I mean, that seems to be all he's doing is breaking the law and then taking it to court and dragging it out so we have an identifiable pattern of behavior that appears to me to be associated with a crime. And I think he should be held accountable for that. Other than that, like, this is some nasty-ass old man that shits in a diaper and paints himself orange. Okay? That is doing all of this ridiculous shit, and we're all paying the price, and I do not fucking understand why we got some dude that's shitting his pants and shit fucking doing all of this to all of us. But I think that our system of governance needs to do better, because if the president is deliberately and purposefully breaking the law in order to do harm and defraud the United States, that is a threat to national security, and the nation needs to come over one man, especially when that one man is like a fucking dementia patient being drug around from building to building, drooling on himself on live television. Consumer Protection Office at risk. Reuters reporting notes that funding cuts have left the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB, on the brink of collapse, raising concerns about protections for consumers against predatory lending, debt collection abuses, and financial discrimination. Fraud. Okay? The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is supposed to protect you from fraud. And it is being dismantled. Debt collection abuses and financial discrimination, particularly for economically vulnerable Americans. U.S. commits $480 million in health funding to Ivory Coast. Today's AP News report indicates the U.S. under the America First health deals. The white supremacist health deals. So real quick, The America First KKK coin is actually a historical token produced in 1965 to commemorate the centennial of the Ku Klux Klan founding. The slogan, America First, was used by the KKK as far back as the 1920s. Today's AP News report indicates the U.S. under the America First, the Ku Klux Klan health deals pledged $480 million to support HIV, malaria, maternal and child health, and global health security in the Ivory Coast. Part of a shift towards transactional health trade agreements. International relations, U.S.-Africa Health Pact continues with new funding agreement. The U.S. signed a health partnership with Ivory Coast, emphasizing mutual investment and reduced dependency, a continuation of the Trump administration's global health policy shift, emphasizing selective transactional aid frameworks. I do not know if these guys were receiving money before. I don't know if this is a reduction in the amount that they were receiving. When I hear that the Ku Klux Klan has its own health initiative that's going to be initiated upon any people, I'm concerned about what that implies. So I have no direct opinion on that one. I am not knowledgeable on that specific region. Ongoing legal and civil rights struggles connected to Trump policies, broad civil rights backlash to administration policies, independent watchdogs and civil rights organizations continue to document deep rollback of civil and human rights protections under the Trump administration, including strategic appointments of political loyalists to civil rights enforcement roles and contentious executive actions across immigration, diversity policy, and agency governance. Notable pending civil rights litigation, National Urban League versus Trump challenges several executive orders impacting DEI and anti-discrimination enforcement. Still pending. I don't know anything about this case. But if it is targeting multiple executive orders at the same time, maybe that's what law firms ought to consider doing as they go through the courts in regards to challenging what appears to be deliberate illegal actions coming from the president. And if there's any way that as these cases are developing that if it is reasonable and timely to add, and I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but to add some of these ridiculous, like the 232 tariffs, if that IEPA case is still going, whoever is in charge of that case, whoever is challenging the Trump administration on the IEPA case, if they could add Section 232 to their case, Donald Trump wants to appeal, I think you should add additional developments to the case. Because the sooner we can get rid of these tariffs, the better. I want to know why it is, have the president justify why and how these kitchen cabinets are a national security threat. He is abusing. He's not even abusing, well, I mean, he's abusing the system of law, but he's breaking the fucking law. And he's just doing whatever he wants, you know? Shouldn't we have these kinds of decisions approved first? So, there's that. Notable pending civil rights litigation context, National Urban League versus Trump. Oh, we already went over that. We just went over that. No verified new major federal mobilizations today. Civil liberties measure U.S. civic space downgraded by Global Monitor. A global civic space monitor, Civicus, officially downgraded the United States from narrowed to obstructed, signaling increased systemic restrictions on protest rights, free expression, association, and media freedom. Get off of the state-controlled media platforms. Minimize your use of Meta. Get the fuck off of X.
don't even understand why anybody's even using Threads, because I barely started using it and it nerfed my account. Like, what is it, a bunch of bots running around and like 5 users? So I have that to say. I appreciate having the freedom to speak, the freedom of free association. I appreciate not having extremist political agendas forced down my throat. If there is any political groups that are paying for ads and dominating the public dialogue by essentially purchasing their way in, that is not in the public interest. And I think that platforms like Meta, Instagram, Threads, X, Twitter, Facebook, these ones that won't allow you to associate and say things that really should not be a problem when it comes to having equal speech. And I mean, especially the right to criticize our politicians and talk about our political system and stuff. Like we need to have honest conversations to solve our problems in a meaningful way. So I'm very upset that these platforms are doing the things that they're doing, but Instagram also unleashed AI-generated fake people users that were made to lead people to believe that they were associating with real people. And I also don't like that. Appeals Court revives a free speech case against anti-racism training. The 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals revived a First Amendment lawsuit challenging mandatory anti-racism training in Missouri schools, finding the training had a chilling effect on dissenting views. What, dissenting views like you want to be racist? And sending the case back for further proceedings. This could expand constitutional precedent on compelled speech. Social media age verification developments. Tennessee's social media age verification law requiring third-party age checks and parental consent for under 18 accounts is currently facing a federal lawsuit in the Middle District of Tennessee. This is a developing intersection of digital rights, free speech, child safety, and constitutional law with potential ripple effects for other states considering similar laws. Look, I'm not pro-China, okay? But I do observe what happens in different places in the globe. And I will say that when it comes to public decency, first of all, and public safety, because I'm a woman and some of these young people have seen inappropriate things and have acted violently towards young females. I think media literacy matters. I don't think that children should be essentially cut off from using the internet. And I think that if we want to do parental consent for under 18 accounts, we could start with Google. You can search some very inappropriate things on Google and comes right up. Facebook is just as guilty of allowing lewd content to be in the general public sphere. And I think that the internet is a public place where we're interacting publicly with each other. I think that people should be able to engage in political speech. But I don't want to see like inappropriate content
when I'm just trying to browse the web. So I think that we have a really bad public decency problem when it comes to how American platforms are running. The blatant manipulation of the political system on both Facebook and X are unacceptable. They're anti-democratic, anti-American. Because they concentrate power
Free speech is another issue. Like, I barely started using Threads and my account was immediately shut down, and I tried to appeal. And it said that it analyzed me by a robot, and it's like I barely even started using the fucking platform. I tried messaging them, and my account that is tied to my official Instagram account is officially locked. So, other than that, when I went on Threads, I saw that website was like really trashy. Like the graphic user interface was just really just hideous. And it's not a place I want to hang out on the internet because it makes my eyes bleed. I hope to see the Meta Enterprise crash and fucking burn. And the same thing with X aka Twitter. I don't want to have to fight with a fucking robot just to be able to use the platform and have my account suddenly abandoned. And with Meta and Threads being part of Meta, just kicking users out the moment they start communicating with other users. While also releasing AI users upon the populace. Like, that's shady as fuck, dude. I'm very not a big fan of Instagram. I think that Clapper has too much, like, really weird trailer trashy shit on it. No, that place just sucks, and there's, like, a bunch of fucking, like, sexually degrading content on there. There's probably dudes going over there to fap. That's probably why there's so much of that shit. Dudes be going over there to wank off to some trailer trash-looking bitch. So that's what I think about American internet and the need for regulation. I think there needs to be better public decency, more freedom of speech, not allowing foreign adversaries to buy into our political system by purchasing ads, targeting people. Ultimately, really, with our political system, I would love to see a social media platform specifically for political candidacy with maps, easy to use graphic user interface where you can like go to the map and see the people running for office and like zoom in by district, because it gets small, it gets down to your local town. We should have the ability to know who's running for office, and it is made so incredibly fucking challenging. I don't even want to know the name of the fucking office, okay? I want to go in on a map and zoom in and click on the spot and be like, who's running for office in this location? And I think that if those people were actively posting, then people can see what they're doing, what they stand for. And I think it would be a great hub to manage political campaigns in a way that's free and fair, instead of having this be the guy that stole the most money wins. The person taking bribes from foreign nations wins. I don't think that should be how we should be handling our elections. I think we need a more neutral playing field. And I think it would be really interesting to see, like, the whole political sphere, the whole country, like, locked in on a website for politicians, period. That is social media where users can interact with each other but not be hostile towards each other, and share content and get people educated and informed or whatever, but not have it be a place for the, I don't know, like take your smear campaigns elsewhere, take it to another website, you know, like limitations on what people can talk about on a political platform. But when people apply to run for a election, they fill out an application and they have to qualify for office. And then if they are allowed to run, then, we should have a place where we could see and interact with the people that are running in some way. In a way that's easy to understand for the stupid human monkey brain that, cannot physically have the capacity to pay attention to every goddamn thing these motherfucking politicians are doing. But when we have a situation where outside money is coming into our elections, we need better methods of control to make sure that our elections are free and fair. When the Citizens United thing, we need to get rid of Citizens United. It was implemented like 10 or 20 years ago or something. I can't remember. I'm not pulling it up right now. I think it was 10 years ago. It has not taken long from when that happened to the destruction of the nation and everything going to shit. With all of us seeing that some fucking nasty ass old dude that paints himself orange and like shits in his pants and drools on himself on TV is our fucking president and is like having some Delulu fucking crime spree, making everybody's lives fucking chaos. We deserve better than that. And after the Citizens United decision was made, like, people started monitoring to see how this would affect elections. And after that decision was made, a lot of foreign money started coming into the elections. Like for town districts and stuff, money from outside of the area was coming into the local elections. That is not a good thing if it means that people are getting an unfair sway. And people who do not have interest, the residents of the area, some outsider that doesn't give a fuck what happens to you. State Attorneys General versus Federal Policies, recent litigation. A block of Democratic State Attorneys General has sued the Trump administration to block rules that would cut children's gender-affirming care. We've been covering that for days now. U.S. judge blocks homelessness grant restriction. A federal judge recently blocked the Trump administration's attempt to impose new restrictions on homelessness funding conditions, a decision that protects more than $3 billion in housing support funds and impacts thousands of vulnerable Americans. Immigration enforcement and U.S. citizens. Documented reporting shows that federal immigration enforcement under this administration has resulted in arrests and detentions of U.S. citizens, including elected officials, disabled individuals, and indigenous people. While federal authorities do not reliably track these cases, a concerning civil rights, legal, and public risk trend. U.S. public media and civil information infrastructure at risk. I think I already covered that. And the effective downsizing or shutdown of entities like Voice of America and public broadcasters under funding constraints, which, Donald Trump is cutting the budgets for everything, but I'm pretty sure they're still collecting taxes. So where's that money going? Well, it's my frustration speaking out right there. Where are these billions and billions of dollars that this administration is still collecting taxes on, but not providing to the relevant agencies? Where's that money going? Venezuelan strike claims. President Trump announced that the U.S. conducted a deadly strike on a big facility linked to drug boat operations in Venezuela last week. The Pentagon has yet to officially confirm the mission details, fueling domestic and international legal scrutiny. Death of Tatiana Schlossberg, the granddaughter of President John F. Kennedy, has died at the age of 35 following a terminal cancer diagnosis, a major headline across U.S. cultural and political media. New Orleans National Guard deployment. Troops are currently deploying to New Orleans to mark the one-year anniversary of the 2024 Bourbon Street terror attack, sparking debates over federalized policing during holiday periods. I believe that Trump was behind that attack. That's my personal opinion.
Federal workforce purge. The Supreme Court cleared the way for the administration to implement an executive order mandating mass reductions in the federal workforce. Justice Sonia Sotomayor noted the unprecedented and congressionally unsanctioned dismantling of the federal government. If they get rid of Jerome Powell, I would love to see Jerome Powell become a political commentator. We need economists out here. And I would love to see him working at the Federal Reserve. But if he's not working at the Federal Reserve, if Donald Trump is allowed to do this much harm, if he takes control over the Federal Reserve and has the ability to just remove people from what is supposed to be independent agencies, we're fucked. These guys are getting away with fraud. They're stealing from us all. Can you not see this? If you don't know yet, there's no helping you, man. I think the people that are left that still support Trump are like criminals, drug dealers, rapists, people who commit fraud, criminals. Yeah, I think the only people left that are supporting Trump are like either like fucking incredibly low IQ, like 70, or straight up fucking crime ring motherfucker, like, or you know, just petty criminals, whatever the fuck. Like, I don't see how anybody with a brain working would still be supporting this man. I think that there's something either seriously wrong with any remaining supporters, or they're up to no good. Citizenship under fire. A new wave of despair is reported among green card holders as administrative shifts have reportedly slowed the citizenship pipeline, with advocates warning of a deportation pipeline targeting even those with legal status. AI Litigation Task Force. A new executive order establishes a DOJ task force to challenge state-level AI laws that the administration deems onerous or excessive, effectively attempting to preempt local regulations. Military mobilization against citizens. Operation Midway Blitz. National Guard troops remain active in Chicago and have moved into New Orleans. Minnesota operations. Federal forces, including ICE and DHS units, have intensified immigration enforcement operations in Minneapolis, specifically targeting undocumented Somali immigrants, while Donald Trump is also trying to antagonize the country of Somalia. DC federalization, like, hold on. Rewind. I don't give a fuck about Somalia, okay? Like, Somalia was not on my radar before. There's nothing that the Somali people have done that has upset me. I have had no reason to pay attention to the country of Somalia. So then, I see Trump as the aggressor in this situation, because, like, what the fuck? That's how I see that. DC federalization. The administration continues to maintain control over the DC Metropolitan Police Department, MPDC, via the DC Home Rule Act, with 2,000 National Guard troops on active patrol in the capital. Administrative threats. The naughty list. President Trump teased a long list of political enemies for Christmas 2025, specifically mentioning Adam Schiff, which sparked immediate concerns of retaliatory investigations. Again, that to me sounds like a hit list, and that is the kind of political speech that needs to be. I mean, I don't know exactly. I'm not taking the time to look at it. I'm not going to look that shit up. But he's been doing a lot of these kinds of things where he is targeting people and not maintaining a professional attitude about things in a way that I feel causes a safety risk. And I feel that this causes a safety risk. And when I hear that he created a naughty list, what I hear is it sounds like he's fucking set up some sort of fucking hit list, and it's like, dude, come on, man, this guy's just a criminal, he's just fucking us all, and why would you support him? Like, you should be on the side of rationality, dude. Fuck this guy. Fuck Donald Trump. Federal Reserve threat. The president publicly referred to Fed Chair Jerome Powell as incompetent. No, he's just not allowing you to, he's standing in the way of you committing mass scale fraud on a historical level. Donald Trump threw insults at Jerome Powell, reiterating his desire to fire him because he's not allowing Trump to get away with fraud so easily. Federal hiring freeze. Executive departments are now strictly prohibited from filing vacant civilian positions. Strategic hiring committees must now ensure all new hires align with the KKK priorities. That's the America First campaign from the Ku Klux Klan. Gold card visas, a controversial new program, allows foreign nationals to fast-track immigrant visas by making an unrestricted gift, essentially purchasing citizenship. While we are all being priced out of our homes, they will buy your house after you go bankrupt. Probably Russians. Or criminals that just want to do more harm to us that we really should not want living here. With the regulatory system being dismantled, and I would much rather have an anchor baby running around than some fucking shill that just bought their way over here that's like, oh, what am I going to do to the American people? I'm going to fuck this person, I'm going to fucking do that, I'm going to do a bunch of cocaine, I'm going to run around and run amok. I don't like the gold card thing. Institutional chopping block. The administration announced intentions to dismantle a major climate research center in Boulder, Colorado, citing climate alarmism as the justification for closure. Wood and truck tariffs. New Section 232, because he can't use IEEPA anymore, he's still doing tariffs. New Section 232 tariffs have been imposed on wood imports from the EU and Japan up to 15%, while a new proclamation offers offsets for domestic truck production to shield the industry from foreign competition. Silver market volatility. After its worst trading day in 4 years, silver is rebounding. Prices have more than doubled in 2025. That's not a good sign when precious metals start going up, as investors treat the metal as a safe haven because they're afraid of the instability in the United States stock market. Richmond water crisis. Severe winter weather caused a water treatment facility in Richmond, Virginia to malfunction, leaving the city and several surrounding counties without running water. Flu spike. The CDC reports that 32 jurisdictions are now seeing high or very high levels of flu activity. COVID-19 hospitalizations, admissions are forecasted to rise to 5,400 weekly. The CDC estimates infections are growing in 39 states. NIH freeze. A $47.4 billion freeze remains in effect on National Institutes of Health activities, including grant review panels and travel, significantly slowing medical research. International relations. Venezuela tensions. The claimed U.S. strike on Venezuelan territory has brought diplomatic relations to a breaking point, with Venezuelan authorities calling it an act of imperialist aggression. Israel-Gaza peace agreement. The administration has officially announced the Trump peace agreement aimed at ending the 2-year conflict in Gaza. Though international reception remains mixed. Yeah, they violated every fucking ceasefire that's been declared. Tensions with New Delhi have escalated. Following a 24-hour ultimatum regarding Russian oil purchases, a 25% tariff hike on Indian goods was enacted after India refused to snub Moscow. Abrego Garcia case, a court order suggests the administration targeted Kilmar Abrego Garcia for prosecution only after he challenged his deportation, raising Fourth Amendment concerns. ACLU roadmap. The ACLU has released a legal roadmap to challenge what it calls abuses of executive power, specifically targeting the use of the military for domestic protest suppression. State versus federal AI battle. California and other states are preparing lawsuits to challenge the new federal AI preemption order, arguing it violates state sovereignty. Legal governance and civil rights. DOJ challenge to Virginia tuition laws. Today, December 30th, the Department of Justice filed a formal complaint challenging Virginia state laws that provide in-state tuition and financial aid to undocumented students. The DOJ argues these laws unconstitutionally discriminate against U.S. citizens from other states, signaling a new federal front against state-level immigrant support systems. Federal Reserve Independence Showdown. Legal briefings filed overnight in the case of Lisa Cook. Federal Reserve Board. He is targeting Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook, well, potentially ending the century-old independence of the U.S. Central Bank. Targeting fraud in higher ed, the DOJ is reportedly embracing a new theory that universities holding federal contracts while maintaining DEI hiring goals are committing fraud against the government. You can go to, with today being the 31st, go to yesterday's U.S. report. There's a whole tangent on there about why it is that getting rid of DEI is incredibly bad for the economy. Businesses that have a diverse workplace make more money. So I don't understand why it is that Trump, MAGA, and the racists want things to be less effective and like ghetto, but I think it's retarded. DEI hiring goals, they're saying that targeting fraud in higher ed, the DOJ is reportedly embracing a new theory that universities holding federal contracts while maintaining DEI hiring goals are committing fraud against the government. They're just taking these like retarded arguments that I would almost assume that they know that these arguments are stupid, just so that they can clog up the fucking courts. They're stealing our money. They're trying to clog the court system and kill their victims so they don't get caught. That is my opinion on what I've been witnessing here. This would allow the administration to recoup millions in past funding using the False Claims Act. DHS door-to-door operations in Minneapolis. Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed that DHS agents began going door-to-door to terrorize citizens in Minnesota. Framed as a criminal probe. Local advocates report these visits are occurring in immigrant-heavy neighborhoods, creating widespread fear of stealth deportation raids. D.C. green light for union bans. The administration filed a lawsuit in Texas yesterday, seeking a friendly judicial ruling to green light an executive order that would ban unions within several federal agencies, including the TSA and Department of Veterans Affairs. Worst of the worst Christmas sweep. DHS released a year-end report today detailing a massive holiday week sweep titled Worst of the Worst, focused on the arrest of non-citizens with prior criminal records. However, civil rights groups claim the sweep has caught up numerous individuals with minor or decades-old offenses. EPA dismantling research offices. New reports today confirm that the EPA under Lee Zeldin has begun firing employees who signed a letter of dissent regarding budget cuts. The agency is also moving to shutter regional research labs, particularly those focused on environmental justice. Everybody just needs to tell this administration to fuck off. The entire government at once, all branches should get in communications with each other and all do letters of dissent at once and refuse to participate in certain activities as an act of protest. I don't know. He needs to stop dismantling the system of governance. We need to protect the sovereignty of the fucking nation. And we need to give Americans their money back. FEMA drone defense grant. FEMA rapidly awarded $250 million for a UAS, Counter Unmanned Aircraft Systems program, while intended to secure the 2026 World Cup. Critics note this program fast-tracks the deployment of drone disruption technology in U.S. cities with very little public oversight. CFPB starvation ruling. A federal judge, Amy Berman Jackson, issued an emergency order today blocking the administration's attempt to defund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The administration had claimed the Fed was out of money to fund the watchdog. The administration had claimed the Fed was out of money to fund the watchdog. The judge called this a legally baseless pretext. Good job, Judge. Good job. Designed to shutter the agency without congressional approval. Door-to-door rhetoric on social media today. The administration used a phrase, DHS is on the ground, going door-to-door, to describe its terrorist activity in Minnesota, a linguistic shift that critics say is intended to normalize domestic terrorism by federal agents in residential neighborhoods. The wait-and-see strategy in response to the New Orleans deployment, the administration noted it is monitoring ideological opponents who might exploit high-profile holiday events, effectively framing political dissent as a precursor to domestic terrorism. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump's been organizing the terrorist attacks. So then, are they going to attack the country again? Is Trump going to attack America and try to make it look like somebody else did it on fucking New Year's again, or what, dude? He's just such a gross-ass fucking weirdo, dude. He shits himself. He paints himself orange. He's hideous to look at. He says horrible things out of his face hole. His neck looks like a vagina. He's drooling on himself on TV. Like, he's not even useful in any fucking way. Unless you're a criminal. And if you don't want to worry about getting shot at, kidnapped, raped, murdered, defrauded, stolen from, you should care that the government functions enough at least to protect public safety. This concludes our U.S. News Report for today. I'm going to go now. Bye.
So the Olympics is great. And Johnny, for the others, you know, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, you know, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. You know, I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, you know, it's too bad. One was in 2026, and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup. And everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment to my video. Fuck yeah! And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, cause MAGA's fucking cockroaches. And fuck MAGA, abolish MAGA, fuck you MAGA. My name is Waffles, and I'm a government whistleblower turned political commentator, and here are the top economic news highlights for the past 24 hours. Today is December 31st, 2025. It is 12:16 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Yesterday, the stock market closed with the S&P 500 down 0.14%. The Dow Jones down 0.20%. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.23%. And the NYSE down 0.08%. U.S. Foreign Economic Engagement Health Funding Shift. U.S. commits $480 million in health funding to Ivory Coast. The United States announced a $480 million health funding pact with Ivory Coast under an America First deal, which is a KKK slogan. A Ku Klux Klan token, KKK token, bearing the slogan America First was produced, notably a specific one in 1965, to mark the centennial of the KKK's founding. While it was not officially sanctioned by the KKK organization, the phrase America First was widely used in the Ku Klux Klan's rhetoric and publications dating back to the 1920s. So let's read that again. The United States has announced a $480 million health funding pact with Ivory Coast under a KKK deal, emphasizing transactional economic partnerships rather than traditional aid. This deal reinforces the administration's focus on trade and innovation linkage in global health cooperation. Shifting foreign assistance to deal-style economic relationships could reshape trade partnerships and influence export markets for U.S. firms tied to health and biotech sectors. China economic policy with indirect U.S. trade effects. China allocates $8.9 billion for consumer goods trade incentives in 2026. China earmarked nearly 62.5 billion won, which is $8.9 billion in U.S. dollars, in subsidies to boost domestic consumer goods consumption, a move expected to stimulate domestic demand and potentially affect U.S. export competitiveness. China's consumption stimulus could shift import patterns, e.g. appliances, EVs, and smart devices that intersect with U.S. export opportunities or supply chains. Federal Reserve policy indicates economic priorities. Fed minutes show deep policy divisions. Federal Reserve minutes from December 2025 reveal significant internal disagreements over monetary policy. The Fed cut rates by 0.25 points to 3.50 to 3.75, sorry. 3.50 to 3.25, oh my god. 3.5 to 3.75. 3.5 to 3.75%, but it was internally divided with the dissent over inflation outlook and labor relations.
Monetary policy uncertainty affects interest-sensitive sectors, including housing, investment, and consumer credit, which in turn influence broader economic growth predictions and trade financing conditions. Cryptocurrency markets fall sharply. A $1 trillion wipeout in crypto market valuation has occurred, easing much of 2025 gains and dampening risk appetite in broader financial markets. Trade and economic impact. While not a direct trade statistic, this shift affects investor sentiment, capital flows, and risk tolerance factors that underpin economic activity and currency valuations relevant to U.S. exporters and importers. U.S. dollar and financial conditions. Dollar on track for significant annual drop. Analysts note the U.S. dollar is on pace for its steepest annual decline in nearly a decade, largely influenced by rate cuts and global capital flows. A weaker dollar can boost U.S. export competitiveness, but also raise import costs, feeding inflation and affecting consumer price pressure, an important dynamic for trade balances. Scheduled economic data, economic calendar for the week ahead, initial jobless claims, U.S. trade deficit reports for October, productivity metrics, and other macro releases are scheduled, likely to shape trade deficit understanding and labor market context in the immediate future. These reports could update U.S. economic growth attribution, consumer demand patterns, and goods and services trade balances when released. Broader economic forecast. Growth in 2026 with risk signals. Economists forecast that tax cuts, AI investment, and Fed rate cuts may support U.S. economic growth in 2026, but risks remain from a weakening job market and inflation pressures. Stronger growth can underpin higher import demand, but persistent inflation and weak labor markets may dampen real consumer purchasing power. Chinese economic resilience amid U.S. trade volatility. Recent reporting highlights that China's economy remained resilient in late 2025 despite global trade tensions and U.S. tariff disruptions. This suggests broader global trade dynamics may be shifting in ways that indirectly impact U.S. export competitiveness and supply chain planning. U.S. trade policy, including tariffs, is a major factor in global supply chain confidence. Continued Chinese economic stability may cushion global volatility and influence U.S. exporter strategy. Binational action to expand world trade bridge infrastructure. State, municipal, and binational leaders have aligned timelines to accelerate expansion of the World Trade Bridge on the U.S.-Mexico border, a critical commercial corridor for trade with Mexico. Infrastructure improvements at this port of entry aim to reduce congestion and transaction costs for goods, boosting trade flows with Mexico, the United States' second largest trading partner under USMCA. Port and logistics upgrades can materially affect export and import efficiency. Asian market trends reflect global demand conditions. Asian stock markets are poised for their strongest annual performance in 8 years, buoyed by tech and AI investment. And despite global trade friction, while the U.S. dollar has weakened significantly, affecting currency-linked trade competitiveness. Yeah, no, he's isolating the United States. And the whole world is just continuing on while we live in a shithole created by Donald Trump. Donald Trump has made America a shithole. Whereas the rest of the world is engaging in trade. We're going to be over here like freaking Quakers in the 1600s farming and dying at a young age. Like, I enjoy having modern comforts. And I also really enjoy having a diversity of, like, things that I can eat and be able to make nice meals for myself. So while the rest of the world is engaging in trade and the global markets are fairly stable, without, they'll just find ways to work around the United States trying to crash the global economy. We're the ones getting screwed. The United States is the richest country in the world, and part of the reason for that, the reason for that is because of global trade. So if we want to be impoverished, then isolationism would be the way to go, wouldn't it? Strong global equity performance in Asia and a weaker dollar can influence capital flows, export pricing, and multinational investment decisions, all relevant for U.S. trade and corporate earnings. Broader economic shifts and census data on revenue and employment patterns. Recent U.S. Census Bureau data show structural shifts in revenue and employment, with continued losses in select retail sectors while online sales brokers and local delivery services expand. Changing consumer behavior and employment shifts reflect underlying demand. Trade policy framework shaping long-term strategy. A new overview of tariffs under the second Trump administration confirms that average tariff rates remain elevated across a wide swath of imports, with tariff revenue significantly up versus recent years. This continues to be a core part of U.S. trade strategy. These tariff frameworks remain a live part of U.S. trade policy, influencing import prices, trade balances, and negotiations with partners. Elevated tariffs and the large revenue they generate also affect domestic producer pricing and deficit discussions. Broader trends to watch. Trade deficit data. September trade deficit figures show the U.S. goods and services deficit recently narrowed, indicating shifting export and import dynamics, though overall deficits remain sizable. Trade calendar data releases delayed. Data lags from the federal shutdown earlier in 2025 delayed several key economic releases, which could affect policymakers' view of trade balances and export strength once fully published. Global influence of U.S. currency policy. Analysts note the U.S. dollar's projected steep annual drop, which has implications for import costs and export competitiveness into 2026. Emerging economic calendar items. The economic global U.S. trade context. Germany ends 2025 in broader economic stagnation, partly attributed to the United States tariffs. So if Trump and Putin are colluding, and this, I'm just speculating, if Trump and Putin are colluding, if COVID-19 was a planned, if it was a biological weapon that was released with the intention of destabilizing governments so that these motherfuckers could move in and engage in multiple coup attempts at the same time and try to overthrow multiple countries, then the United States is currently destabilizing the global economy right now. Is this part of the plan? Is this also part of the plan? Like, if you just introduce tariffs, you can fuck up the trade numbers to make it look good and try to convince people that the economy is performing? Because of the trade deficit changing as a result of no imports, lack of imports? And destabilize the global economy, making it easier to try and infiltrate foreign nations? Like, is this also part of the plan? Destabilizing the global economy? Is that part of the goal with the tariffs? Because that's kind of what it looks like. And that's what it's doing. That's the impact it's having. The rest of the world is performing much better than the United States, but like the United States pulling out of China could have destabilized global GDP by 7%, and that is why I believe that, I'm assuming, I'm just speculating, I'm assuming that's why the European Union went to go do trade with China when Donald Trump started doing that shit. To restabilize the fucking global economy. Analysts in Germany report the country is finishing the year in broad stagnation with U.S. German demand is a major outlet for U.S. exports. Stagnation there signals reduced European trade momentum, which can dampen U.S. export growth and global supply chains. China's manufacturing rebound implications for trade flows. China's factory activity expanded for the first time in 8 months. Official PMI data released today shows China's factory activity moved back into growth territory, PMI 50.1, driven by pre-holiday orders and a rebound in equipment and consumer goods production. This reflects a tentative pickup in global demand, but structural challenges down there affects global commodity prices and U.S. export prospects, especially in machinery, agricultural goods, and intermediate goods markets. Was Donald Trump think he's going to be like Kim Jong-un and like Xi Jinping, like take on that fucking weirdness of Kim Jong-un? I have weapons, and like enslave the American people and have us doing shoddy, cheap-ass fucking labor when we could be for himself. These people are acting like pirates. Why are they trying to destabilize the global economy? Why are they doing that? Because I do believe that's part of the goal. I'm starting to think that. Like, why are we attacking our foreign allies? Beijing allocates $8.9 billion for consumer goods trade in incentives. China announced today a substantial expansion of its consumer trade-in subsidy program for 2026, including rebates on appliances, EVs, and digital products, aiming to boost domestic demand amid slower growth. Although domestic in focus, China's policy could inherently shift trade flows and global supply chains, potentially diverting Chinese consumer demand away from some U.S. exports while supporting localized manufacturing. U.S. markets and global market sentiment. U.S. stocks ending 2025 down. It says near record highs like it fucking does every day. No, the stocks are down today. It says the S&P 500 is up 17% for the year, buoyed by AI investment and capital spending. So it's the banks and the fucking, that's damn near 20%, which is damn near a quarter. The problem with that is the vast majority of that is in AI, and it could also cause instability in the markets if something were to happen in the AI markets, causing a massive withdrawal. It's too much economic activity concentrated in one area. Strong stock performance contrasts with deeper economic headwinds from trade policies and inflation, suggesting financial markets remain optimistic, even as real trade and production metrics show stress. I see no fucking optimism in this. I don't. Global markets reflect year-end trade policy dynamics, mixed Asian markets as U.S. trading continues ahead of year-end. Asian indices showed mixed performance today, while Wall Street saw light trading and modest losses tied to sluggish tech stocks and ongoing macro uncertainty. Commodities like gold and silver climbed, while energy prices eased slightly. These cross-market shifts reflect investor recalibration of trade risks, currency movements, and commodity demand, all of which feed back into U.S. economic conditions via export and import competitiveness and capital flows. Trade data schedule and economic reporting context. U.S. trade balance and economic data releases still pending. The U.S. International Trade in Goods and Services statistics for October. Oh, they don't want us to see that, that's for sure. Originally scheduled earlier have been postponed to January 8th. That is one metric they really don't want us to see. They are definitely trying to hide that. At least all the way back in October.
Broader economic data, most recent official releases, GDP and trade deficit, the U.S. third quarter 2025 GDP moved, boosted by consumer spending and Trump's tariffs manipulating the numbers on imports, with imports being down, affecting the trade deficit, making GDP look like more than it actually is. U.S. goods and services trade deficit narrowed as a result of Trump's tariffs, and it is not a good economic indicator in this specific case. These figures remain the most recent official benchmarks until newer data are released. These data show recent trade balance changes, but may not fully reflect late 2025 tariff impacts or holiday period anomalies. Yeah, it's manipulated data. U.S. dollar and FX trends, market signals, currency moves such as a weaker dollar trend for 2025 continue to play a role in trade competitiveness. A softer dollar generally helps U.S. exports, but can raise import costs, feeding inflation pressures and cost push dynamics for consumers. U.S. trade policy structural impact, ongoing tariff revenue and household cost impact, latest research context. Analysis from reputable economic research shows that 2025 tariff escalation has raised tariff revenue significantly and contributed to higher core goods prices for households, even as the dollar softened, heightening the tangible domestic cost side of trade policy. These exchange and cost dynamics shape consumer behavior, corporate margins, and inflation outcomes, all central to U.S. economic performance. Economic calendar highlights, minimal reporting this week with the calendar year at an end. Economic data releases are sparse. Jobless claims and Case-Shiller homes prices are among the few scheduled, concentrating attention on Fed commentary and early 2026 forecasts rather than new trade metrics. Today's developments are best understood as structural shifts and broad leading indicators rather than headline new trade figures. China factory activity rebounds signal for global trade demand. Without, fuck off United States, China's going to do just fine. China's official factory PMI rose above 50 for the first time in months. China's manufacturing sector unexpectedly expanded in December 2025, with the official purchasing managers index climbing to 50.1. This has probably got something to do with Trump introducing tariffs on China and them trading with other people that they probably wouldn't normally be trading with. So then is Trump colluding with BRICS? Because what just happened was Trump just pushed a bunch of people out of the United States market to go do business with China. Because if they didn't, it would destabilize the global economy. This marks growth after nearly 9 months of contraction. Export orders remain weak, but increased production and new orders show a pickup in global trading activity ahead of the Lunar New Year, a notable factor for U.S. exporters connected to Asian supply chains and global trade flows. China is the United States' largest trading partner. Even modest rebounds in activity can influence demand for U.S. goods, especially agriculture and machinery, and global commodity pricing. U.S. dollar suffers biggest annual decline influenced by policy. The United States dollar nears steepest annual drop since 2017. Reports today show the U.S. dollar is set for its largest yearly slide, 9.5%, against major currencies, pressured by rate cuts, fiscal concerns, and trade policy uncertainty tied to Donald Trump fucking up the global economy and making it so that everything in the nation is very confusing. Analysts expect continued bearish pressure into 2026.
if further Fed easing victimizes weak-minded consumers who do not understand the severity of our actual economic condition right now. A weaker dollar can make U.S. exports more competitive, but we do not currently have the infrastructure to be competitive exporters. But this also raises costs for imports, which the United States economy relies on. This puts pressure on inflation, especially for tariff-affected goods. We want your fucking tariffs gone. Stop robbing the American people. Put the money back where you found it. Federal Reserve minutes show deep policymaker division. Fed policymakers split sharply on rate path. The Federal Reserve's December meeting minutes published today revealed notable internal disagreement on whether to pursue additional rate cuts or prioritize inflation control. Several officials openly opposed further reductions, while a minority advocated more aggressive easing. Alright, I'm with the guys that oppose the further reductions. If we have a choice between prioritizing inflation or milking Americans until they die, I think we should prioritize the inflation that's coming from Donald Trump's tariffs and put things back to normal. This division creates uncertainty around U.S. monetary policy discretion, which affects borrowing costs, consumer confidence, and investment. All core drivers of economic and trade activity. You see how they just try to talk you in a circle to make you think that things are better than they actually are? Constantly. Commodity market stress continues after 2025 policy shocks. Commodities still reacting to U.S. trade policies. A Reuters report highlights how U.S. tariff and policy volatility in 2025 buffeted global commodity markets, driving risks and winners and losers across oil, metals, and agricultural products. The narrative suggests the policy environment will continue influencing commodity pricing and trade flows into 2026. Yeah, we're all going to be running around screaming with, like, the buildings on fire and our arms flailing over our heads because nothing fucking makes sense. Even without immediate new headlines, persistent commodity volatility linked to tariff policy affects U.S. trade balance, import costs, and producer pricing. Broader market analysis, no red flags but uneven signals. Market review, growth and fragility coexist in 2025. The majority of anything that's being referred to as growth rate now is typically down. That means that the GDP number is not a good economic indicator to say that the economy is doing well. With imports being down, we do not have the export capacity. We do not have the capacity, the manufacturing capacity to be an export-driven economy right now. And Trump should have eased into that decision instead of just trying to loot half of the planet. He's trying to rob everybody. So, anyways, yeah, I'm done explaining this. Hopefully we'll stop talking about imports soon. These patterns reveal disconnects between real economy fundamentals, trade, jobs, and production, and financial market performance, which could presage tighter conditions for businesses and households in 2026. Key U.S. economic data releases, ADP, employment, ISM, and trade balance are scheduled soon, meaning fresh empirical indicators on trade flows and labor conditions will arrive shortly, offering clearer evidence on direction. Yeah, any economist that's not trying to money launder alongside Donald Trump right now is probably gonna, like, lose their shit once the international trade numbers come in on January 8th. This concludes our economic news report for today. I'm gonna go now. Bye.
So the Olympics is great, and Johnny, for the others, you know, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman, They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny, and we got the World Cup too. And you know, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. You know, I got both of them. I got the Olympics and I got the president, but then they rigged the election and now we won, so I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup, and everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment to my videos. And also, don't forget to check out my shop where you can get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America, fuck yeah! And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, because MAGA's fucking cockroaches. And fuck MAGA. Abolish MAGA. Fuck you, MAGA. My name is Waffles, and I'm a government whistleblower turned political commentator, and here are the top economic news highlights for the past 24 hours. Today is December 30th, 2025. It is 2:48 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Yesterday, the S&P 500 closed down 0.35%, the Dow Jones down 0.51%, and the NASDAQ Composite down 0.5%. Let's hear about record highs again. Next time it goes up 0.1% after losing like more than that, they'll be like record highs. Trump tariffs still central to U.S. trade policy and economy. The average effective tariff on U.S. imports reportedly surged from about 2% to 18%, the highest level since the 1930s, a core feature of Trump administration trade policy. Administrative push for stricter North American sourcing. The U.S. is targeting tighter rules of origin under the USMCA to encourage more regional production and reduce China reliance, a clear continuation of the administration's industrial nationalist agenda. It's called isolationism. We're being robbed, and he's isolating the country. If I want to eat ramen fucking noodles, I'm going to eat ramen fucking noodles. All right? It's not a good thing to be isolating the country. Kim Jong-un did that. They have to rely on foreign aid for medical care. These moves reinforce an ongoing shift toward protectionist trade policy that, while politically framed as job protection, risks increasing input costs for U.S. manufacturers because we haven't figured out where we're going to get these supplies from. Trump's just demanding it. Increasing input costs for U.S. manufacturers and consumers, and this complicates relations with trading partners. He's isolating the country, screwing over American businesses. New consumer price pressures expected from tariff increases. Consumer goods tariff rising. Starting January 1st, 2026, tariffs on kitchen cabinets. It's kitchen cabinets now, guys. And certain furniture imports are set to double or more, which industry analysis project could raise construction and household costs. So if the tariffs are being done because we're supposedly in war with other people or whatever, I would like to know how kitchen cabinets ties into that.
IEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. There's been no emergencies, and Donald Trump has literally tariffed half of the countries on the planet. Like, do your research on that one. He has literally tariffed half of the countries on the planet. If we are at war with half of the planet, we're going to get fucked up. These tariff hikes are likely to feed through to higher consumer prices, particularly for durable goods, at a time when inflation remains a central concern for households already strained by cost pressures. Let's just say it how it is. Donald Trump is a Russian shill, and he's just trying to crash the United States economy. Global context: China's tariff cuts and trade shifts. China to lower import tariffs in 2026. Beijing announced broad reductions on hundreds of imported goods, a move likely aimed at boosting strategic and consumer imports even as U.S.-China trade tensions persist. UK inflation effects from Chinese exports shift. A surge in cheaper Chinese exports to the UK, tied to diversions from U.S. tariff barriers, may help ease UK inflation modestly. China's tariff adjustment and shifting export patterns illustrate how U.S. protectionism is redirecting global supply chains, often benefiting non-U.S. markets at U.S. consumers' expense. Markets and dollar macro signals from 2025 into 2026 economic analysis. Tariffs, China, and the dollar retrospective. Reuters notes that aggressive tariff policy contributed to a weakening U.S. dollar despite equity market strength, creating complex dynamics for trade competitiveness and global investor confidence. Dollar weakness effects on Americans. Independent analysis confirms the dollar was recently the weakest major currency of the year. Wow. Great. Benefiting exporters, but raising import costs for consumers and travelers. Pretty sure having a weak dollar is not a good thing. If the dollar is weak, it has less purchasing power globally. So again, isolationism fucking us all. This means anything the U.S. buys from other countries becomes more expensive. So then if the only things that Americans are able to grow is apples, oranges, and cotton, then we will only have those things to eat and only be able, very restrictive on the economy. It's 2025. No, this is not good. This is isolationism, and it is a threat to the sovereignty of the nation. It is a threat to our safety. Retail goods, electronics, clothing, and cars manufactured abroad would rise. Commodities like oil, often traded in dollars, a weaker dollar can lead to higher gas prices. The double whammy. Consumers are feeling a compounded effect. They are paying both the high tariff rates and the currency premium caused by the dollar's decline. Reduced international travel power. Yeah, good luck. You'll be stuck here forever in hell. Risks to investment and retirement. Loss of safe haven status. People will stop investing in the dollar. Treasury sale-offs. If foreign central banks like those in China and Japan decide the dollar is too weak, they may stop buying, even if the U.S. or even sell off U.S. Treasury bonds. It's just causing the world to abandon the United States and leaving us like trapped in a fucking scary ass corner with the psychopath that paints himself orange. It risks losing its status as the world's primary reserve currency, which historically allowed the U.S. to run large deficits with fewer consequences. So the mainstream media right now is trying to press the narrative that a weak dollar is a good thing, just like they're doing with all of the other metrics, GDP being one of them. They're manipulating the numbers, and then they're trying to convince people that those numbers are good when they're not. Most concerning signal, rising corporate stress, spike on U.S. corporate bankruptcies. New reporting shows over 700 U.S. companies filed for bankruptcy in 2025. Corporations, large businesses. This is a 14% jump from 2024, with sectors like renewable energy and manufacturing especially affected by tariff-related cost pressures. This uptick highlights real strain on U.S. businesses from a combination of high tariffs, inflation, and interest costs, signaling deeper structural stress beyond headline GDP growth. Policy continuity with escalation. The Trump administration's tariff regime remains a defining force in U.S. trade policy, with recently enacted increases and planned new levies poised to elevate consumer and production costs. Strategic shifts abroad, including China's tariff cuts and export diversions, underscore unintended consequences of U.S. protectionism, trying to be like Kim Jong-un. Fucking wannabe ass fucking bitch. Nah, for real, dude, this guy gets into office and he doesn't even know how to be a leader, so he goes to all the dictators and they tell him how they do it. And global market repercussions, strategic shifts abroad, including China's tariff cuts and export diversions, underscore unintended consequences of U.S. protectionism. Global supply chain realignment that may relieve inflation abroad while exacerbating costs at home. I need to get moving. I need to go to bed. Economic resilience versus vulnerability, broader macro indicators. Dollar weakness, corporate bankruptcies suggest the U.S. economy's growth narrative is increasingly fragile. We're not growing. We're getting fucked. Shaped by policy choices with mixed outcomes for households and firms alike. Ongoing bond market strain under Trump policies. The U.S. bond market is described as in a tenuous place with the Trump administration's fiscal and tariff posture after 2025's Liberation Day bullshit with the tariffs. Treasury strategies to calm markets include issuing more long-dated debt and frequent communication with investors, but analysts warn the arrangement is fragile amid persistent inflation and rising funding costs. Deep structural fiscal stress, a $30 trillion debt and 6% annual deficit makes markets highly sensitive to policy, particularly tariff-induced inflation and future borrowing costs, a dynamic that complicates economic stability, which he is taking away from us, beyond short-term market calm. Corporate insolvencies spike sharply. At least 717 U.S. companies filed for bankruptcy. We already went over that. Those are corporations. Corporate financial distress, especially among smaller and import-dependent firms, signals broader stress in the business sector that could weaken investment and employment amid high input prices. Trump is crashing the economy illegally. Trump threatens Federal Reserve Chair Powell. President Trump reiterated threats to sue Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell is an American hero trying to protect us all right now from the dumbass that paints himself orange and drools on himself on fucking TV and like stumbles around leaning on a podium, slinging insults like a drunk-ass piece of shit. Trump said he will announce a replacement in January. Fuck you, dude. Political pressure on Fed risks undermining central bank independence. Yeah, without Jerome Powell, we'll be fucked. At a critical moment for inflation and labor markets, somebody needs to get the weird-ass old man that paints himself orange under control. U.S. economy positioned for growth, but risks persist. What kind of growth? Growth in fucking Trump's bank account. Economists project stronger growth in 2026 on the back of Trump-era tax cuts. My taxes ain't been cut. My taxes got raised. My taxes got raised because I'm low income, so they're more than what other people have to pay. Higher income taxes. And then on top of that, my taxes got raised by Trump's fucking bullshit tariffs. That's like 20% of the shit that we buy in the store. 20% increase on top of fucking income tax. Tax cuts my ass. Eased tariff uncertainty. No, I've been reporting on the economy every day. People are very concerned about the tariff. Bullshit that's going on. Like, people are just as uncertain. No, I think we're all stressed out about the tariff still. Look, this is the public narrative. I'm pulling the headlines, okay? AI-led investment and late 2025 Fed interest rate. However, inflation remains elevated and the labor market shows softening signs posing risks to broader household income gains. This forecast underscores a mixed economic narrative. Yeah, you guys are trying to feed us full of bullshit so that we'll go spend money so you can take more of our money. Dollar and trade balance pressures. Context from other reputable reporting. Analysis published this week highlighted how Trump's tariff escalation contributed to a weaker U.S. dollar, complicating trade competitiveness and potentially raising import costs for American consumers, exacerbating inflationary pressure even as exports benefit nominally. A weaker dollar can make U.S. exports more competitive, but in a tariff environment where import costs are already high, our economy is not set up for it, okay? The speculation is just like completely detached from what is actually going on here. Our economy is not set up for it. You can't flip the switch overnight. If you're going to make these kinds of decisions, you need to ease into these kind of decisions, and they need to be made on a rational basis, not just fucking, I'm suddenly going to try to change the whole economy and tank the economy, make it so nobody can afford to live and piss off the whole fucking country and then take all our money and go try to engage in expansionism. Dude, this is ridiculous. Consumer price inflation may heighten, a combination particularly challenging for lower and middle income households. Yeah, especially because we're being taxed more. November, indicating continuing labor market volatility. He's been in office for about a year now, and we're hitting like historic timelines for the amount of destruction that he is causing upon this country. Policy-induced economic stress, tariff-driven inflationary pressures, and corporate bankruptcies reflect structural downside risks associated with protectionist trade policy. Equities dip. Major U.S. stock indexes closed lower on Monday. Gold and silver plunge. After hitting record highs last week, precious metals saw a sharp correction. Spot gold fell over 4% to approximately $4,350 an ounce. Requirements for metals contracts. Oil advances. West Texas Intermediate WTI crude futures rose 2% to roughly $58 per barrel. Analysts attributed the climb to heightened U.S.-Venezuela tensions and a weekend statement from Iran's president regarding a full-scale war with Western allies. Monetary policy, FOMC minutes loom. Markets are currently in a state of cautious anticipation for today's Tuesday, December 30th, release of the FOMC December meeting minutes. Investors are looking for clues on whether the Fed will continue interest rate cuts in early 2026 or pivot toward a more cautious stance to combat inflation, which held at 2.7% as of last November's report. Treasury yields, the 10-year Treasury yield edged down slightly to 4.11%, reflecting a move towards safer assets as geopolitical tensions rise. Revenue milestone reporting indicates that by late December 2025, the administration's expanded tariff policies have generated roughly $250 billion in stolen funds embezzled from the American people, so that Trump can have fun engaging in expansionism and have lavish dinners while destroying the White House. Current effective rates on imports average approximately 16.8%, a massive increase from the 2.5% average at the start of the year. New wood product tariffs and new executive actions have transitioned 150 categories of wood products, including kitchen cabinets and vanities, from general reciprocal tariffs to more stringent Section 232 national security tariffs, primarily targeting imports from Japan and other global partners. He is continuing his tariff rampage under a new clause of law since he can't do it under IEEPA anymore. China is set to introduce new export licensing rules for silver starting January 1st, 2026. This has created a supply-side anxiety in the U.S. manufacturing sector, where silver is a critical industrial component for high-tech and green energy products. Home prices slowing. The S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index for October is scheduled for release today. Preliminary data suggests a significant cooling in home price growth as buyers reach the limit of affordability despite recent Fed rate cuts. Federal transport regulators have extended emergency waivers for heating fuel delivery trucks through January 15th to prevent supply chain bottlenecks during severe winter storms in the Northeast and Midwest. Musk intervention. Elon Musk stated that the rapid rise in silver prices was not good due to its necessity in industrial processes. This contributed to a 9% slide in the metals value. U.S. dollar index nears a 3-month low. The United States dollar index remains subdued over the last 24 hours, hovering around 98.01 level. Near its 3-month low, the currency is currently on track for an annual loss of more than 9% for 2025, marking its steepest decline since 2017. He's just trashing the economy, you guys. This shit needs to stop before it gets worse. Like, the dude's a criminal and he's breaking the shit out of the fucking law. Okay? So I would assume it's kind of obvious that he's breaking the shit out of the law on purpose and that he is deliberately breaking the law and he is deliberately looking for laws to break and breaking those fucking laws. Okay? I don't give a fuck how much the gross-ass fucking old fucking man that shits himself and paints himself orange, he belongs in jail. He's a criminal. Like, he can try to draw shit out in court, but he belongs in fucking jail, dude. Fuck this guy. There's a whole country of 350 million people here. Donald Trump is one people. He's engaging in treason. It's pretty fucking out there in the open. I don't think that we should be beating around the bush on this. Year-end data released overnight by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and analyzed by major outlets, including the Star Tribune, confirms that over 1.1 million Americans lost their jobs. In 2025, the unemployment rate climbed to 4.6% in late quarter four, the highest since November 2021. We're trying to recover from a pandemic, and Donald Trump just brought us back to pandemic level struggling. So instead of improving the economy, he's trashing it, okay? He's trashing the fucking economy. He's shitting all over the economy. Shitler is shitting all over the fucking economy. America First is a fucking KKK slang term. And none of this has anything to do with putting America in a better position than where it was before. This is about dismantling America. The man is being very open about the fact that he is colluding with Russia, which is also a crime, you know, that is part of the definition of treason. He fucking called. He was on the phone with Putin before he met with Zelensky, and then the next day, he's got to be on the phone with fucking Putin before talking to Netanyahu. Why is Trump the fucking middleman? Why is Putin telling Trump what to do with Netanyahu? Doge year-end contract purge. The Department of Government Efficiency issued the final 2025 activity report yesterday. They saved America $5. No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. They announced the cancellation of 55 federal contracts in just the last 5 days. The contracts had a total ceiling value of $863 million, with the administration claiming 260. They're just stealing our money. This is what the Russian war does. They infiltrate political systems and they loot the fucking people. And that is exactly what is happening right now. I'm just getting angry because when I do these reports, I see that this chunk of money was... Where did it go? Like they keep defunding things. But then where is that money going? And I see this amount and that amount and this amount and that amount, but where's that money going now? In Trump's bank account? Where's that money going? That's a lot of fucking money that the VOR are stealing. It's just my opinion. I'm just expressing my thoughts and my opinions based on my observations. Holiday sales passed $1 trillion milestone despite high interest rates and cautious sentiment, the National Retail Federation, NRF, reported in a late season update that total holiday retail sales for November and December 2025 are on track to surpass $1 trillion for the first time in history. However, the growth has slowed roughly 3.7 to 4.2%, down from 4.3% in 2024, as consumers increasingly prioritize gift card redemptions and resolution-driven spending to manage tighter household budgets. Trade deficit narrows amid gold export surge. Preliminary year-end trade data shows the U.S. goods and services deficit narrowing approximately $52.8 billion. This shift was largely driven by a massive spike in non-monetary gold exports, which increased by $6.1 billion in the final months of the year as global investors fled to safe haven assets. Conversely, imports of... I'm going to bed.
So the Olympics is great, and Johnny for the others, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people. The election that I'll be your president representing you there. I got both of them. I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup. And I said, it's too bad. One was in 2026 and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election, and now we won, so I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So, Johnny, thank you for the World Cup, and everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Hey guys, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and comment on my videos. And also, don't forget to check out my shop where you can get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America, fuck yeah. And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool MAGA.
Convictions, and some defendants are being referred to for potential deportation, part of heightened enforcement amplified by political rhetoric from Donald Trump about fraud in the state. They're targeting Somalians, and specific, they're pulling racist rhetoric into this thing that they're doing in Minnesota, saying that they're chasing people for fraud. And at the same time, Benjamin Netanyahu has been, antagonizing the people of Somalia by acknowledging the sovereignty of Somaliland, which sounds like a very sarcastic name. Legitimate collection group of people, I would assume, based on the name of that. Donald Trump is targeting Somalians, claiming that they're going after FBI fraud cases, which is just very bizarre. It's a load of horseshit is what it is. He is targeting and engaging in racist attacks towards the Somali population in the United States, while at the same time Benjamin Netanyahu is mocking the people of Somalia and in a way kind of threatening their sovereignty, and Donald Trump is cheering him on publicly. This has been happening. Supreme Court limits National Guard deployment. While not a new ruling today, the U.S. Supreme Court recently refused to allow President Trump to deploy National Guard troops to the Chicago area, upholding a lower court's block of the maneuver as parts of legal battles over using military forces domestically. National Guard patrols authorized for New Orleans New Year's in response to last year's deadly Bourbon Street vehicle ramming attack. About 350 National Guard troops will patrol New Orleans over New Year's, assisting local police with visibility, road closures, and public safety. Officials characterize this as a protective security deployment tied to a past mass attack. Also, the eye drops. I have a medical condition, and that's why I'm taking them. That's what that's for. FBI deploys more agents in Minnesota fraud case beyond the legal context above. The FBI's expanded presence in Minnesota underlines a federal enforcement push that has been politically charged and criticized by civil rights advocates for targeting immigrant communities. Experts have warned analysts that political violence and U.S. domestic violence and U.S. domestic extremism remain volatile, particularly when combined with high-profile political disputes. While no immediate new extremist events were reported today, the broader risk landscape continues to be monitored closely. Winter fuel delivery waivers extended. Recent movement. Federal transport regulators have extended emergency waivers on trucker driving time limits for heating fuels to January 15th due to severe winter storms and outages that threaten propane supply chains. Though current news summaries included this within the past few days, it remains a pressing infrastructure issue affecting heating fuel deliveries in multiple states. National Guard support for public safety in New Orleans. Beyond civil risk, the New Orleans Guard patrols also represent infrastructure and public safety resource allocation linked to major event security planning. Jobless claims and labor trends continue to influence health and welfare policy discussions. Recent data from the week ended December 20th showed initial jobless claims fell to 214,000, but continued claims remain elevated, pointing to lingering labor market softness that affects financial and health security for many households, a continued story in U.S. economic well-being discourse. Alleged U.S. strike on Venezuelan drug facility. President Trump announced that the U.S. carried out a strike on alleged drug boat loading facility in Venezuela. Part of a larger campaign against narcotics trafficking, supposedly. The Venezuelan government has not confirmed the incident, and no independent verification has emerged. It's just Trump's word, claiming that these people are drug dealers. Congressmen and Pentagon officials have faced scrutiny over the legality and scope of such operations. This reflects an assertive foreign policy posture with diplomatic risk. Trump meets with Netanyahu, fed criticism. Trump hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago, reaffirming support and warning Hamas of consequences for renewed attacks, while also publicly criticizing Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell and threatening legal action over monetary policy, an unusual mix of foreign and economic policy messaging. I think it's kind of disrespectful of the United States that he's having all these meetings at Mar-a-Lago. He just tore down the White House and he's holding government meetings at his own residence. U.S. troop actions abroad continue to generate debate. The strike claimed in Venezuela continued military pressure against narcotics trafficking reflect broader U.S. engagement overseas. It reflects Donald Trump attacking a foreign country when nobody told him to and there's no reason for it. And it makes him likely to be, considered a war criminal. I got andouille sausage on sale and I put it in the chili. It works. I feel like the flavor of the meat kind of cooked out of my sausage and went more into the chili. Like the chili has a really good taste. But what would you call it? The boldness of the sausage is kind of not so much there with it being cooked into a chili, and the sausage itself tastes mellowed out, but I do think it kind of flavored my chili a little bit. It's interesting. Trump's announcement of a supposed U.S. strike on a Venezuelan drug facility without confirmation from the Pentagon, CIA, or Venezuelan chair. Trump publicly calling Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell a fool and threatening legal action over monetary policy is an unusual and confrontational move by a sitting president toward an independent institution. This raises concerns over institutional norms, you don't say. Texas law mandating local sheriff cooperation with ICE goes into effect. A new Texas law, Senate Bill 8, will soon require all county sheriffs that operate jails to enter into 287G agreements with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, effectively binding local law enforcement to federal immigration enforcement. Advocates warn this could erode trust in communities and blur lines between local policing and federal immigration action. DOJ investigates corporate DEI programs using fraud law. The Trump DOJ has launched investigations into major corporations, e.g. Google and Verizon, over their diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI programs. Using the False Claims Act, typically a fraud enforcement tool, companies fear federal funding repercussions and potential whistleblower claims. This is a novel use of federal enforcement authority, and this could also chill corporate inclusion programs with broader social and legal fallout. So I went to college for business. And I just want to say, if you want to make money, having a diverse workforce is how you make money. Because if you have a bunch of idiots that all think the same, they're not going to be able to fix a problem so well. When you have all that dynamic thinking from different perspectives, be it gender or ethnic background or different backgrounds of people that think differently, if there's a problem, the more diverse group is more likely to be able to solve it. This is what makes businesses that support DEI more profitable. Other than that, I will continue to come out here and talk smack about the men in the construction industry, because I'm a woman that has spent 10 years working in construction, dealing with men who want to cry about there being a woman on the job when I'm just trying to fucking earn my paycheck. This, to me, seems like white supremacists' efforts being made inside of our government. It really does. There's no reason for the president to really be attacking DEI, in my opinion. I just don't understand it. And with all of the white supremacists and racist rhetoric that I've been hearing, I would assume that's the goal. And so then what I want to say is that, when it comes to running a business, the goal, good business is a business that serves a duty to society. It provides a need to society. It meets a need that people have. It provides value to the people, things that they need or want.
understand why the fuck it is that we would go to these extremes so that a lazy ass Caucasian male, and I'm not saying it's all people, it's like 1 out of every 20 motherfuckers is an asshole. And they don't like me, and I wind up having to deal with the bullshit because I'm a female and I'm an easy target, and this is the motherfucker that's always leaning on the show. So if we're trying to encourage white supremacy in the workplace, then what you're going to have is people that are not doing very much work. If you guys are going to try, if the Republicans are going to try to steal our jobs, if MAGA is going to try to steal our jobs, then what we're going to wind up with is businesses that are struggling. I just cannot understand hiring some dumbass motherfucker so they can lean on a shovel all day. It just doesn't seem lucrative. Federal civil rights complaint filed against MIT over women groups. It's spelled interestingly. It's WOMXN. A federal civil rights complaint was filed against MIT alleging that certain gender-inclusive student groups, using terms like women with the X in it, unlawfully discriminate by excluding others based on sex. The Equal Protection Project and Virginia Justice Department investigation. I think I support this lawsuit, actually. Like, it's sexist. It's dudes trying to invade women's spaces. But at the same time, so make those claims, because you'll be setting the precedent for women to then start moving into men's spaces. And that's why I think that one's funny. A specific civil liberties dispute that could have implications for campus policy and Title IX enforcement. What is Title IX? Title IX. Okay, that's something that applies to the educational system, it looks like. It prohibits sex-based discrimination in any education program or activity receiving federal funding. Alright, well, the women's locker rooms need to be, like, women only. I think this whole thing that we have going on with the trans people or whatever, like, there's been trans people, there's been gay people throughout the whole of human history. So, the only thing that MAGA's fighting is human nature, but at the same time, like, I personally, like, there's been times when men, like, would come into the women's bathroom and I'm, like, ready to shank a fool while I'm taking a shit. I mean, single-person bathrooms or family bathrooms, there's an option that I think would meet the needs of society. It provides some privacy. You don't need to be in a stalled bathroom. And I think that all places should be required to maybe have unisex bathrooms that are just like the family bathroom, and then it doesn't have to be an issue. And we can get over it. I think that privacy is something that people are deserving of, and like, not to have to feel uncomfortable in the bathroom. Regardless of who you are. But I also don't think letting men just go up in the women's bathroom is a safe thing. And I think that if people are like claiming, like, it's just hypothetically speaking, if things are, you know, it just, if as a social norm, men going into the women's bathroom, to me, it could create the gateway for a criminal
serial criminal or whatever to start taking advantage of those opportunities due to it being a social norm and engage in harmful acts. And women are subjected to a significant amount of violence. We could just do like family bathrooms. And if you want stalls, if it's more convenient, like update the building code for people to have privacy. And if it's a school, let them have a freaking family bathrooms. Like everywhere that there's 2 stalls, bathrooms, let there be a private bathroom. I don't know. Alright, I looked up this term, the WOMXN. It is a respelling of the word woman or woman, used in feminist and queer circles to create an inclusive term that moves beyond patriarchal language. Whatever, people need people they can relate to. That's how MAGA wound up existing. People were so fucking lonely that they clung to the one thing that made them feel like they belong. And it's like, you're not looking at who's driving the fucking steering wheel, who's driving the bus. So I'm all for community, but I think like people, it's a human need. People will have negative health consequences if they're living their lives in isolation until, their health will go downhill. This has been studied. People are more likely to die earlier if they're alone and in isolation and shit. So I'm not against people finding a place that they can belong. What I do care about and my principles and my way of being is you don't harm people that are innocent. That, like, if somebody's just going about their daily life, you don't harm them. That's not okay. You shouldn't even bother somebody else if they are doing no harm. And the only time that you should be speaking up is when somebody is doing harm. The gay community, and this includes high schoolers and stuff, has been subjected to violent attacks. These people have a reason to be trying to protect themselves like anybody else would. So while I am personally, I don't swing that way, I understand it, and I can respect that. And I think it's sad that there's people that are out here that will, freak out just because somebody's gay to the extent where they will physically harm them. That's just fucked up, dude. Like if somebody's gay, just let them be gay. You go be gay. Be happy. Whatever the fuck. Don't make it my business. I don't care. You do you. They're walking among us. They have always been among us. I don't understand this whole, well, I do. But it's some dumb monkey brain shit to be out here othering people to make yourself feel like you belong. That is low IQ behavior. That is a reflection that you have nothing going for yourself of value that you provide to society. When it comes to these hate groups, these are low value individuals who are not willing to work on themselves. They're not willing to provide anything worthwhile, and that is why they have to come up and be like, we look the same, and that's why those people are the enemy, because those people are different than us. And that could be so easily done in so many different ways. Like, people look at those yellow shoes people, well, we're not like them because we got orange shoes. Choose a color nobody's claimed yet. Fuck those yellow shoes people. Okay. So you're playing on a really low bar psychological aspect of the human being, manipulating people to try and get yourself into the in-group so you can feel like you belong, because you are so low value that you have nothing to provide. So you have to make these low blows to even be able to socialize. That's what I see when I see people that are acting like that. Unsophisticated. Nothing to offer. You hear that kind of language coming out of somebody's mouth, you get the fuck away from them, because they're gonna try to get shit off you. Like, they're up to no good. They have nothing to offer. Why are they not working on themselves? Why are they talking shit about other people? Are they going to talk shit about you? Are they going to stab you in the back? That is the kind of person that they are. Those kinds of people should be given a reason to learn and grow and become better people. And if they choose not to do that and they're ostracized by society, that is their problem. Do better. When I see that kind of behavior in the workplace, I'm like, oh, look at this dumb motherfucker. He's going to try to target somebody's job. He's going to start some shit. That's a low-value person. House Democrats to hold a special hearing on January 6th violence. Something come up yesterday is the same thing, and I didn't see nothing in the news. House Democrats announced a special hearing to mark the 5-year anniversary of the January 6th Capitol riot, focusing on ongoing threats to election integrity, like Donald Trump and his Russian buddies, and pushing back against narratives minimizing the attack. Under the radar political developments, while not breaking news, the timing and framing amid broader contestation over the 2020 election narratives could reignite legislative scrutiny and media focus. Public surveillance of law enforcement grows in reaction to federal enforcement tactics. An analysis published today highlights how local citizens increasingly record and monitor law enforcement actions, especially immigration enforcement operations, flipping traditional surveillance dynamics and creating a complex accountability environment. This grassroots surveillance trend is a direct reaction to enforcement practices and has implications for civil liberties and public safety. Long-term domestic terror policy NSPM 7 continues to frame enforcement. A national security presidential memorandum NSPM 7 designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization and expanding the counterterrorism framework remains active and continues to inform enforcement priorities against political violence. Under the radar policy reality, this directive shapes how agencies address political violence and protest movements, often without front page headlines. ProPublica-driven civil rights advocacy cites federal detention abuses. Although published earlier, a new advocacy push from civil rights and faith leaders cites ProPublica investigation showing U.S. citizens, including children, were wrongfully detained by immigration agents, urging congressional action for oversight and accountability. Groups are amplifying this data in current advocacy, which could influence legislative hearings and enforcement oversight in early 2026. Reddit summary: U.S. offers Ukraine curated summary based on today's diplomatic news, reflecting ongoing foreign policy strategy being discussed publicly between Trump, Zelensky, and Putin. While widely reported internationally, this specific proposal detail is now circulating in domestic commentary. Donald Trump's trying to get Zelensky to give Ukraine to Putin. Winter storm continues impacting U.S. travel and public safety. A severe winter storm continues to disrupt travel across major U.S. regions, Northeast and Midwest, leading to thousands of flight cancellations and hazardous conditions, testing infrastructure and prompting local emergency responses. This ongoing weather disruption impacts consumer safety, transportation infrastructure, emergency services, and economic activity as the year closes. Department of Education Closure Initiative. President Trump signed an executive order yesterday directing the Secretary of Education to take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the Department of Education. The order mandates that any remaining federal funds must not support programs promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion or gender ideology. Birthright citizenship legal battle. The Supreme Court announced it will hear a major challenge in early 2026 regarding the administration's executive order attempting to end birthright citizenship for children born in the U.S. to non-citizen parents. NGO funding crackdown. A new memorandum directs federal agencies to stop funding any non-governmental organizations, NGOs, that undermine national interest, requiring a comprehensive review of all current grants to ensure they align with America First priorities. So let's break this down, okay? An NGO, a non-governmental organization, is typically like a non-profit. So those would be groups like the ACLU or Politico, etc. There are groups that are assembled, non-profits typically, their purpose is to hold the government accountable. This says that they want to defund any that undermine national interest. Now, when we speak about national interest, is it Trump's interest or national interest that we're referring to here? Because national interest would be fixing the economy, not terrorizing the people, not stealing all of our money, the opposite of all the things that Donald Trump is doing. Not starting wars with random ass countries because he fucking feels like it after looting us. The national interest would be, and when I talk about national interest, I mean that there is a nation of people. And what would be in the interest of the nation of people, or the people, their interest, would be to make sure that they're fed, clothed, housed, have access to medical care, and can easily get a job. And that things in the country are stable enough that everybody in the country can live their lives without even thinking about what the president is doing. That is the national interest, national stability, national security. So then, by definition of the term, if Donald Trump continues to do the things that I just named, like terrorizing the people, stealing from them, destroying the economy, and trying to engage in expansionism with a foreign adversary, that is not in the national interest. So by definition, let us continue. It says it requires a comprehensive review of all grants to ensure they align with America First priorities. America First. A Ku Klux Klan used the America First slogan as early as the 1920s during marches and in their publications to promote their xenophobic and nativist ideology. I could just go on a tangent here. White supremacy is stupid. White supremacy and privilege, aristocracy. Okay, aristocracy is when all the rich people are in charge. Okay, when you have somebody who's got so much fucking money as like Elon Musk, that is somebody that is completely out of touch with reality. They got no idea what's fucking going on around them, and you could try to tell them, and if they're thick-headed, like, they ain't gonna understand. That's why we don't just give somebody the merits because they're rich. Because there's an incredibly likely chance that they may be very out of touch with the basic things that happen in this world. Especially with the amount of criminal activity we're seeing right now. In regards to, like, financial crimes. So, white supremacy, there's nothing beautiful about that. And I honestly, personally, do not believe that, like, anybody's children, regardless of their race, like even little white kids, should have to be in a situation where they have to witness that in the place that they live, that they call their home, that there is things happening like people hanging from trees. It's very grotesque. And I think as a society, we should do better than that. Other than that, as I previously explained, DEI actually increases, it increases GDP. It improves the economy. You want to improve the economy, bring back DEI. I hate to say that, but I mean, that's literally, quite literally how it works. And I explained why. So then, this statement, you know, this America First agenda, the KKK's agenda, or whatever, I guess, that we're dealing with, does not align with national interest. So then I would say, if there's going to be a comprehensive review of all current grants to ensure they align with the America First priorities, that is not in the national interest. So if this isn't a piece of legislation and both of these things are in that legislation needs reworded. Because the America First, the KKK agenda, does not align with the national interest. This is not 1776, okay? There's not a bunch of dumb monkeys that don't know what a fucking light bulb is yet coming off of boats. The United States population is the biggest it's ever been. It's 350 million people. What was the U.S. population in 1776? 2.5 million people. Okay, so let's get a calculator. So the United States current population is 140 times as big as it was in 1776. So if these motherfuckers think they're just gonna come out here and try to like seize everything and you know, good luck. I don't think that the people should allow that, and people need to pay better attention and know who to boycott. And be careful with their money. And their stock investments. Quit giving all your fucking money to these damn financial managers, be it Berkshire Hathaway or BlackRock. These are the people that are destroying our system of law, our, you know, environment. They're harming workers. These are all people who are not serving a society with appropriate services. If you're doing harm to people, you're not doing a good job. Okay? And when we get white privilege, when people are told that they're so great just because of the color of their skin and so they don't have to try in life, and you wind up with some lazy fucking cunt that's just an absolute moron as a result, that doesn't know what it's like to put any effort into anything, and when it comes to needing to do work on the job site, they're gonna lean on a shovel all fucking day. That's just ridiculous to me. White supremacy does not align with the national interest. Okay? If you want good GDP, you want housing, all the things these people are saying that they want right now, but first of all, they're not willing to divest. They're not willing to put the effort in their own personal lives to try and get things to change. Not enough. I argue that this statement somehow implying that the America First is in the national interest is just contradictory and therefore impossible to enforce. How is having a poorly running economy with a bunch of people hurting each other, like with a chemical spill from 3M that caused a lot of families to lose their children? There is reasons why we need environmental protections. And anybody who has the audacity to think that they can hurt, first of all, any other person versus, also including like groups of people or whole populations, there is something wrong with that individual, okay? That is not normal behavior. And it's not something that we should encourage or want in our society. Gender dysphoria care ban. We're just going to move on now. I'm going to get off of that tangent. Gender dysphoria care ban. A proposed federal rule was released today that would prohibit any hospital receiving Medicare or Medicaid funding from providing gender-affirming care to transgender youth. HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. issued a concurrent declaration stating such treatments are not safe or effective. Yeah, quit trying to, say that women need to be this way and men need to be that way and making everybody miserable, because sometimes, when people give you Barbies, you're just like, what the fuck do I do with this thing and make a necklace out of Barbie heads, I mean, I think that trying to enforce specific roles on the population is not going too well, because there's a thing called human nature and free will. And I just want to say, as somebody who's had multiple near-death experiences, nobody is going to dictate to me how to live my life. I'm going to be very fervent in making sure that I defend my personal rights, because you know what? I'm on this earth one fucking time. And while religion is a great thing that people use to manipulate, apparently in this situation, Donald Trump is abusing. They're not Christian. They're claiming that they care so much about the Christian religion, and they're just doing everything to act like Satan. Okay, if you are religious, if you're Christian or whatever, doesn't Satan try to pretend to be a good guy or whatever the fuck and confuse you and they're liars. They're liars and thieves. Deceptive behaviors. I hate all of this shit. Dude, I miss normal life when I didn't give a fuck what the president was doing. I'm sitting here now in utter disbelief at what I'm witnessing and the failure of our entire governmental body to protect the sovereignty of the United States is what this looks like, because this man is on a rampage, dismantling the entire system of governance, tearing down the White House, stealing all of our money and stockpiling weapons. That is what that tariff money is being used for. The administration, DC, we're going to move on. DC Liberation Day deployment under the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. The president has bypassed local authorities to take control of the DC police and maintain mobilization of over 2,000 National Guard troops in the capital. The administration cited a rescue mission from crime following an incident involving a Department of Government Efficiency DOJ staffer. Fuck DOJ.
National Guard expansion to other cities. Reports indicate the administration is considering extending federal military deployments to Chicago, Baltimore, Memphis, and New Orleans, despite a recent federal judge's ruling that the summer deployment of National Guard and Marines to Los Angeles was illegal under the Posse Comitatus Act. Threats against the Federal Reserve. During a press conference today, President Trump attacked Fed Chair Jerome Powell, calling him a fool and threatening to file a lawsuit for gross incompetence, while suggesting he intends to find a way to fire him. You cannot just turn the U.S. economy off and on and flip the on and off switch and get everybody not knowing what the fuck is going on, and supply, like businesses not knowing where to get supply from and all that shit, using these fucking tariffs, and expect people not to tell you to fuck off. And I mean like all of America. So, you can threaten Jerome Powell all you fucking want and act like a stupid cunt. But if anybody's exhibiting gross incompetence, it's this weird ass old man that wears fucking diapers and paints himself orange. That's running around shitting himself and drooling on himself in front of cameras during important public meetings. Policy shifts in institutional power. H-1B entry fee, a newly active proclamation, now reflects the entry of H-1B specialty workers unless their employer pays a $100,000 fee per petition. The administration claims this will prioritize high-paid foreign workers and protect American wages. 10-to-1 deregulation. The Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, has begun implementing the 10-to-1 initiative, which requires federal agencies to eliminate 10 existing regulations for every new one created. That's fucking ridiculous. That makes no sense. Okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about in regards to aristocracy and putting people who have and I even made a specific example of Elon Musk, and here he is, here's his fucking crew of people. Why? We're gonna get rid of 10 laws in order to create a new one? That makes zero sense. Like, there is no logical reasoning behind that. To just simply dismantle the system of law in order to create one initiative. That makes no fucking sense. I mean, it makes no fucking sense. Executive departments are currently prohibited from filing any vacant civilian positions. Strategic hiring committees have been established within each agency to ensure any future hires strictly align with the president's agenda. Rural health strings attached. The administration announced a $50 billion rural health transformation program today. While it provides $10 billion annually, $12 billion of the total is tied to states adopting Make America Healthy Again by spreading measles policies, such as banning SNAP benefits for junk food, soda, and candy, and implementing the presidential fitness test in schools. Yeah, is it the fitness test where Donald Trump goes wandering into a fucking locker room full of a bunch of little adolescent females? Is that the presidential fitness test? SNAP clawback. CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz confirmed that the federal government will recalculate and potentially claw back health funds from states that fail to implement these nutritional mandates. Medicaid cuts. Analysts warn that the $1.2 trillion in budget cuts over the next decade, primarily from Medicaid, will likely cause the closure of up to 300 rural hospitals, far outweighing the new $50 billion fund. Energy standards halted using national security as a justification. The administration has delayed the implementation of mercury and air toxics standards to support domestic coal and power production. He's trying to roll us
back. It makes no sense. Food and liar attacks. In a series of social media posts early this morning, the president escalated his rhetoric against the Federal Reserve Chair, referring to him as a liar and a traitor to the dollar. 6G race. A new executive order was signed to fast-track U.S. development of 6G technology to ensure the country wins the race against China by passing several existing environmental and land use reviews for tower placement. The fucker just does whatever he wants. UN funding slash. The U.S. has pledged only $2 billion for humanitarian assistance to the United Nations for 2026, a massive drop from prior years. The administration told UN agencies to adapt or die following the cuts. I just want to be clear, the difference in these cuts is it was like 17 billion and now it's only 2 billion. So there's a lot of people who have become dependent on those programs. And like I said, you don't just bring down the hammer on whatever the fuck you're doing, dude, because you're going to piss people off. And it's going to do harm. And if we want to get rid of programs or try to shift the economy to be more export-based, this is something I've talked about before, then those changes need to be made incrementally and not just suddenly taking what was America and turning it into this freak show of fucking dementia, delusions, bullshit. These guys have been doing cocaine and hanging out with Russians. In my opinion, that's what it looks like. It's just my opinion. Mar-a-Lago summit following a meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. The president warned that Hamas will have hell to pay if it does not disarm, so he's now threatening the region. He also claimed without evidence that the U.S. struck a big facility in Venezuela last week, though the Pentagon has not confirmed any such operation. Well, I'm glad it never happened. Bad Santa commentary. During the holiday weekend, the president publicly referred to a prominent female governor as a disaster in a suit and placed her on a permanent naughty list for her opposition to federalized troop deployments. Attacks on former allies. Outgoing Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene stated in a New York Times interview today that she was naive to believe the president was a man of the people, signaling a deepening rift between the administration and its original populist base. Yeah, you know, I mean, if you need to feel like you belong, you go find like some sort of club. You know, go find your local chess club. Go find the nerds that are playing magic cards. Go, you know, there's all these websites like Meet Me and whatever. Like, you could be meeting people and going out and doing fun events. And that's a way you got to figure out that you know, for these people that bought into this MAGA shit, like, you need to figure out what you can do to meet your socialization need, because as a biological driver and you just got played by somebody who knew how to manipulate that, and you do that by doing things like helping your community, working on projects that make you get a sense of achievement, there's better ways to find a sense of community. But you do have to seek it out. And not be a shitty fucking person to those around you. Supreme Court interim docket activity over the last 24 hours. Legal analysts have highlighted a series of 6-3 emergency stays from the Supreme Court that have allowed the administration to continue removing agency heads, specifically targeting Lisa Cook of the Federal Reserve Board. We got another one, and then there's Jerome Powell. He's like, you know, let me loot America. And they're like, you're fucking stupid. And he's like, I want to rob everybody. And they're like, we can see what you're doing. That's my perspective of this. While a lower court blocked her removal, the Supreme Court has allowed the administrative purge to proceed, pending a full merits review in 2026, which he just changed the classification of that to make it so he can just give people Fs. Nationwide, and then fire him if they've got that grade, so that's probably what he's going to do. Nationwide class action victory on bonds. Late yesterday, a federal judge in California, Sykes, issued a clarifying order rebuking the administration for ignoring previous rulings. The court reaffirmed that a nationwide class of immigrants must receive bond hearings, striking down a policy that attempted to jail thousands indefinitely without a hearing. Birthright citizenship merit briefs, legal filings were confirmed today in Trump versus Barbara. The case challenging the executive order to end birthright citizenship, civil rights groups filed additional briefs overnight arguing that the order nullifies the 14th Amendment by executive fiat. New Orleans Title 32 deployment in a move mirroring the Chicago and Los Angeles standoffs. A new deployment was announced for New Orleans today, while officially under the control of Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry. The operation is being federally funded and used to implement zero-tolerance enforcement zones through the upcoming holiday season. Surveillance AI in urban centers. Overnight reports from Cal Matters detail an expansion of drone-based AI surveillance in major California cities. Everybody get reflective things and get like a reflective visor, put some tinfoil on it, you know, cause us conspiracy theorists, we need our foilies anyways, right? Wear sunglasses when you go out, or straight up flip those drones the bird. These tools are now being used to analyze the digital histories of individuals in neighborhoods targeted for enforcement raids. Raising... Yeah, that's uncomfortable. Fuck that. People should probably figure out where that's happening at. And let the people in California know where this is taking place. Well, if it's going with the immigration raids, though, then maybe what you would need to watch for is the immigration raids. I don't know. Arrest of pardoned January 6th defendant for threats. In a bizarre legal twist, Christopher Moynihan, a J6 defendant pardoned earlier this year, was arrested in New York on the last 24 hours for making new terroristic threats against House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. This has reignited debates over the security risks posed by the administration's broad pardon policy. Kind of weird for the president. In its final report for the year December 29th, the Department of Government Efficiency announced that it had concealed all the fraud that Donald Trump engaged in during the pandemic while Biden was in office. No, I'm just kidding. What it says here is the Department of Government Efficiency announced it had canceled 55 federal contracts in the last 5 days. This includes a $4.5 million HHS contract for public health reporting and a $1.6 million HUD contract for digital news management, which the administration termed as taxpayer-funded propaganda. Alright, well, this concludes today's U.S. News Report. I'm gonna go now. Bye.
So the Olympics is great, and Johnny for the others, you know, the World Cup, Johnny is the head of it. We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, you know, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. You know, I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, you know, it's too bad. One was in 2026 and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election and now we won. So I'm going to be your president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So Johnny, thank you for the World Cup. And everybody, thank you for the Olympics. We're going to have a great time.
Out my shop where you could get this awesome Real Patriots Punch Nazis t-shirt. America! Fuck yeah! And if you go to the link tree in my bio on most platforms, it's got links to everything, all of my stuff. You can find my shop there. I'm on eBay. You can also get this cool Exterminate MAGA sticker, cause MAGA's fucking cockroaches. And fuck MAGA, abolish MAGA, fuck you MAGA.
My name is Waffles, and I'm a government whistleblower turned political commentator, and here are the top international news highlights for the past 24 hours. Today is December 29, 2025. It is 2:18 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Netanyahu heads to Florida. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is traveling to the U.S. for talks with the administration. Discussions are expected to focus on a Phase 2 Gaza ceasefire and growing tensions with Iran. Trump-Zelensky Peace Summit following a terrific meeting at Mar-a-Lago. President Trump stated that Ukraine and Russia are closer than ever to a peace deal. While progress was hailed, Trump acknowledged that thorny territorial issues remain. Following the meeting, the two leaders held a joint call with major European heads of state. What I saw was distressing. Zelensky, to me, looked quite frazzled after dealing with Trump, who appears to be willfully allowing Russia to murder people. We can go bomb Nigeria, but Trump will not defend Ukraine. And he's telling Ukraine to give land to Putin. Syria clashes. At least 4 people were killed and dozens injured in clashes following a deadly bombing at an Alawite mosque. Government troops have been deployed to Latakia and Tartus to contain the unrest. Pakistan's Operation Sindoor admission. The Pakistani government officially detailed the damage from India's precision strikes on its military installations earlier this year, acknowledging a significant impact on the Nur Khan Air Base. China drills near Taiwan. Beijing has launched fresh military drills around Taiwan as a stern warning against external forces following recent arms sales and comments from Japanese leadership. North Korea missile tests. Kim Jong-un oversaw the test launch of 2 long-range cruise missiles, calling the move a step toward unlimited and sustained development of the country's nuclear deterrent. Somaliland crisis. Somalia has condemned Israel's recent recognition of Somaliland as a naked invasion, calling for an emergency session of the parliament. Meanwhile, Houthi leaders, it's called Somaliland. Meanwhile, Houthi leaders warned that any Israeli presence in Somaliland would be a military target. Disasters and accidents. Mexico train derailment. At least 13 people were killed and 98 injured when an interoceanic train carrying 250 passengers derailed in Osaka, Mexico. Indonesia nursing home fire. A tragic fire at a retirement home in Sulawesi Island killed 16 elderly residents and injured several others. Taiwan earthquake. A magnitude 7.0 earthquake struck off the coast of Yalon